Hello, and Ion Radio is on the air from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg. It is the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championships here at AdeptiCon. Hello everyone, along with Garrett Vance and John Thomson, who's off camera here, we see his hand. It is Ken Krajniak reporting on the entirety of the Star Wars Armada World Championships. Today is the last chance qualifier, and we are still having some rules conversations going on. And of course, we've got a little bit of extra sound back there, so we do apologize in advance. But anyways, Garrett, how are you doing? We're gonna start with you, we'll go down the line.
Hey Ken, I'm doing awesome today. I'm really excited to see these last chance qualifiers get done. What about you, John?
John's saying life's good. We're gonna switch up our
it.
presentation a little bit, so if you wanna talk to John, John is manning the chat on the Ion Radio channel. As soon as we get fleets and everything else, we'll kind of go from there. Again, apologies for the background noise. There's really not a lot we can do about that. We're kind of in a weird spot. But let's go ahead and why don't we show you what we're looking at with our with the table itself. And here we go, we're gonna move over. So we've got a couple different views. Here's the top down on, let's swap up to the other views. We do have 3 basic camera views of the table. We're gonna go in from the corners. We do have an overhead, and we can show you our dice tray as well.
For those close-up money shots, all right?
So as we go through all of AdeptiCon, we're gonna walk through all the action and everything else. Really, I wish I had more to talk about, but they're clearly going over rules and everything else right now, which is a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, they're just trying to get all their ducks in a row over there. We're watching them, crowded around, listening to the great voice of our top judge, Derek Schultz, also known as Krajniak. So he's doing a great job. He's put together an awesome tournament here.
Actually, while I'm thinking about it, that's not a bad idea. We did have a judges panel that we wound up having. We'll go over who our judges are right now. Derek Schultz, as Garrett said, is the kind of head for Armada. Head judge is going to be Dennis, who most of you will probably know as Problems. Stuart, Stu Bucket, and Simon, Captain Awesomer, are our 3 judges today.
Yep, and we're gonna probably see some of them over here at this table, taking some good shot calls, and now we're just waiting for pairings. But Ken, what are you excited to see here at Last Chance? What do you think? I know that only 4 people get to go to Worlds from today. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. I know we've got quite a few players. I think we're close to 70 players for LCQ.
70, that's a tall order. Top 4.
You're looking at what, top 4% that's gonna get in? It's gonna be a challenge, I think, for anyone going into LCQ to be able to make it into Worlds. By the way, if you're having any problems hearing us or anything else, please let us know in the chat so that we can respond to that and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, do please. Yeah, I don't know, Ken. I mean, we're talking, I think people are going to have to score 32, 34 points MOV just to qualify to get in that top. So we're going to have people getting 4 tables in a row, no losses, no ties. If you get a tie, I don't think you're going to make it, quite honestly.
Well, I think within the 4 rounds that we have here, the big keys, you can't really, players look like they are now moving out and into the tables. So we might be getting someone up here pretty soon. Worth mentioning that, yeah, I think I agree. You're not gonna be able to submarine in LCQ. You make a 2-9 or something in your first game and you're down, I don't think you're gonna be able to recover. I think this is pretty much gonna be the folks that are getting 8s and 9s and tablings that are gonna have a shot at those final 4 positions.
Yep, and it's just gonna be tough competition. And 2 people who table at the top, they go against each other, and they're probably gonna tie. I don't know, it's gonna be really interesting. I'm just really curious to see what happens here.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I think it's worth noting, we are gonna start by showing table 1 on the stream here. And then for the second and third game, we will be changing up. We may not be doing table 1. We want to show you guys as much variety as we can in terms of fleets, especially for LCQ. Our current plan for the final game will also be table 1, but that could change. We are giving all players the option, if they do not want to be on stream, to go ahead and jump off, so that will change to a different table. That is a player option, so we'll see who does that.
Absolutely no pressure here, yep. So, I don't know, I'm pretty excited here. We're moments away from finding out who's going to be our first competitors. I hope you all are excited too.
Yeah, hang on one second. John's going to sub in. So slight presenter change. We've got some news. Hey, John, how are you?
Good. Hello, everyone. For you, those that don't know, I'm John. And Ken, Garrett, and I are going to be doing the live stream for this. I was off camera getting all of our social media stuff out, so if you've seen a link, then you found us. If you would like to communicate us, there's the chat. We're going to be looking through the chat on YouTube, and you can hit us up on the our Discord, and we'll be responding there as well. They just finished the judges meeting, and I was in the judges meeting for the beginning, and Derek was going through all of his expectations for what would be in this tournament: professionalism, respect, and how he wants to see the game played. I believe we've all heard this before. This is the top level of Armada, so there's a lot of expectations that come with that. They were talking about, you guys started talking about who's going to be going on to Worlds from this last chance qualifier. For sure, 4 people will be moving on. They say then the top 16 will be in standby, or whoever shows up. So tomorrow, when day 1 of actual Worlds starts, they're going to fill the competition if we have no-shows. So the top 4 guarantee get in, and then the next, it's basically going to be, they're just going to go in order until the tournament's full. So what's really good about that is we're going to have a full tournament then for tomorrow.
John, do we know how many players are going to be in the first day of Worlds?
I believe we have like 76 roughly in the first day of Worlds. I believe we have here roughly 50 that are going to be in the last chance qualifier. So that's a lot of people. But the big exciting news, I wasn't there for the announcement, but our other host, Adrian, was, and they announced that everyone here at the last chance qualifier will be getting an AMG printed Rapid Reinforcements 1.
That is incredible. So AMG is going to be printing out Rapid Reinforcements 1. All competitors are going to get that. That's great. We've been asking for that for a while, and to see it finally here, if we can get a copy to show you guys on stream, we most definitely will, because I think that'd be a great thing to do.
Yes.
But that is outstanding news, John.
Yes. So we're just right now in a holding pattern until we find out who's going to be on stream. And then I'm going to go through a orientation with them while Ken and Garrett, I think Garrett's already starting, so I'm going to sneak off and I'm going to kick him over here. So. All
right, so it'll just be me for a little bit. John, thanks for stopping by. You guys will hear more from John as we go through the entirety of the tournament. So today for last chance qualifiers, you've got myself, you have John, you do have Garrett, and Ryan Becker is hopefully going to join us for round 2. I will not be present for round 3, and we will get into more of that later when we actually hit that point. Beyond that, let's see, we also have Adrian, as we mentioned, who's our 5th host. He is currently playing in LCQ. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to bring him on board. So let's go ahead. I'm going to make a few adjustments here, and we can start seeing what we have on the table. So here we are going up and over. We are already seeing, we've got a couple forms that we're filling out. A lot of this just to make sure that we know table names, who's playing, and everything else. And as we've got John and Garrett taking that on, we will include player names as we get them. We're going to include their fleets into our systems, and then that way we can talk about their fleets and everything else. Of course, again, if you guys do have questions in the chat, let us know. That's going to be the best way to communicate with the team here. We'll happily answer your questions. If it's not John doing it in the chat, it'll be me or Garrett doing it live. Going to be fun all the way. So a couple things of note while we are talking about the folks here on stream. We have to make sure that, again, we're doing all the regular rules. Everyone's going to play really nicely. We're going to take care of respect and all the rest of those fun things that come along with playing Armada. And frankly, Armada's a great community, and I think we should just have a lot of fun all the way around.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have any issues. So first up here, I'm really excited. We got Alan, Stelly, and Joseph, both from Texas, a couple of Texas boys. They're getting set up right now. We're going to get their lists up here so you can take a look. And I don't know, we're getting, this is our first round. The jitters are here. Here we go.
I'll let you talk, Garrett.
Okay. All right, we're just getting everything set up, everybody. If you got any questions, put them in the chat. I see somebody asked about how long each round is. I see somebody answered that. That's correct. 2 hours, 15 minutes is a standard game for tournament play. They're discussing things right now at the table. Getting our cameras all set up. Making sure everything's good. Got a little camera. But yeah, it looks like we're going to start here with a Republic fleet. And then Joseph has got a Rebel fleet rocking a MC-80 Home 1, Assault Frigate, MC-30. I'm just waiting to get the official list here so I can put that up for everybody. And we're getting word that they might have adjusted some of the pairings. So we might have a different team here on table 1 here. Hold on. They're just trying to figure out the logistics. Oh, actually, it looks like we might be switching. Okay, so we got 2 new people coming up here. We've got Ben. If you know him, he's from Arkansas. He's Downsize It. He's going to be one of the first people to stream. So we're changing it up. We got Ben Downsize It. And I'm not sure who our second competitor will be yet. They changed up the pairings and regenerated them. So we're just adjusting and flying by the seat of our pants here.
Stand by, guys. We've got a little technical changes here. Judges are swapping tables. I think they had to regenerate the lists.
Yeah, everything's fine though. Everything's fine. How are you?
I'm doing fine. But what's your call number? Who is this?
Is that? All right. We got Ben's list here. We're gonna go ahead and get this put in.
All right, so I'm getting myself back online. Again, apologies everyone. There was some I guess they decided to make a change to the streams here, which it's always fun to have the technical problems that come up when you're not really expecting them. So I'm going to get back to me and Garrett while everyone else fills out a few forms. And a lot of this is just for our own information. We want to make sure that we know who people are and where they're coming from so we can have some fun things to talk about with the players. We are getting the lists. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow Garrett to kind of start going over the lists, and then we'll be able to bring them up and talk about them in a little bit more detail.
Yes. All right, let's go over Ben's list here. He's got an Imperial list. He loves to fly Empire. His flagship is an Imperial 2 Star Destroyer. He's got Grand Admiral Thrawn, of course, and he's got Commander Vanto, very thematic. He's got LFC, Local Fire Control, hardened bulkheads. Someone likes to ram. Electronic countermeasures, those SW7 ion batteries, XI7 turbo lasers, the Chimera for that, fleet power, and he's got intensify firepower. And then for his backup ships, he's got a couple Arquentin like cruisers, and they're rocking slave turrets and intel officers.
Start time's 9:15.
And the Hand of Justice title.
So this information just in, the start of round 1 will begin at 9:15.
That's 6
so
minutes.
There will be a little bit of a delay. Again, it sounds like it's because they had to do a table swap.
Yep, not a huge change. All right, we're just getting the list set up here so you guys can read over it. Let's see here. I see Downside's got Social General Rob here in the chat. I'll let him know you said hello. And then for squadrons, he's got Vader in that TIE Defender from that Rapid Reinforcements 1, Colonel Jinden, and of course, you know, Merrick Steele. That's going to be a good list. That's a classic list. Ken's going to finish typing that up for you all to review. But let me go over this other list. We got something exciting here, something you don't always see at tournaments, a Super Star Destroyer. So this is going to be Empire on Empire, Warlord on Warlord. So he's got a Moff Jerry SSD Assault prototype. He's rocking Admiral Ozzel Officer, a Director Krennic, and Intel Officer. Man, I'm already missing Emperor Palpatine on here. But he's got gunnery teams, quad laser turrets, point defense reroute for that nice flak, leading shots, NK7 ion cannons, which is an expensive upgrade, but I really like it. Spinal armaments, and XI7s again, and then of course Ravager, because you can't leave home without it. And then he's got a Gazanti, of course, with Vader to choke out those officers, and some Comsnet, and a couple of TIE Interceptor squadrons. So Ken's typing madly over here, trying to get their list up here so you don't have to just listen to me read it.
It's funny because we actually were ready to go with the other lists. And of course things change, but that's part of the game of Armada. And half the fun of Armada is to deal with little changes and whatnot. So actually, I think we've got a couple things here that we can chit-chat on with the players. Garrett, I'm going to let you go ahead and start on that while I finish up both lists, and then we'll kind of go through the lists with a little bit more detail.
All right, let's go back over to our boy Ben here. He's got a YouTube, Downsize It, and he does some great content. We've got, I said he's from Arkansas, more specifically Northwest Arkansas. He is here for the last chance qualifier to hopefully get that top 4 spot. He's been playing this specific fleet for 4 months. And I know he gets a lot of games in, and so he should be really great at this. And as I said, he is a YouTube content creator for Armada. Our other player is named James. His Discord handle is Stormfire, and he is from Lafayette, Indiana. And he is also here for the last chance qualifier to try and get that top 4 spot. He's been playing this SSD fleet for 1 month. Let's see here. He's Purdue alumni, and he says specifically, "Hey JC, Tech, and Sky." So hopefully you guys are listening. Love it. What do you think, Ken? You got any fun tidbits about these guys? You know anything? I know you know Ben for some time.
I mean, I've had an opportunity. I got to meet Ben at Gen Con last year, and you know, he's a great guy. He's a lot of fun, and you know, I think we've got 2 competitors here that they're going to bring some fun to the first round here at AdeptiCon. And we're just about done getting all the lists in here. John is in the background, I think. Yes. We have to take care of a few minor little things here. Again, we have to be cautious on what is and is not visible on stream. We're not going to get into the details of that, but a couple little minor things we have to do. So I do believe I now have both of these lists up, so we can start talking about them. So let me switch over to that. And then let's go over the fleets in general. So we can see on the screen here, everyone is getting themselves started to get set up. Again, if there's any questions or things going on, chat, let us know, and then we can kind of play with that. Again, apologies for any sound-related issues. There's only so much we can do with the background noise here, but that is what it is.
Hopefully it's not too bad. Chat, you can let us know. I don't know if I can do too much. We can adjust our gain, but hey, hello, everyone saying hi. Kellorn, Paul, James, Patrick, over in, I want to say California, right? It's good to see y'all.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and thanks again for everyone joining the stream, saying hello. And I'm going to take this opportunity, just a quick shout out. Thanks to all the folks at home that are supporting all of us working. I know for me and for John, and our wives and sons are at home, and we're here having fun playing, talking about Star Wars Armada. So again, shout out to our wives. What about you, Garrett?
I'm pumped. I'm just watching them set up here, getting all the tokens out. And what do we got? Man, we're T-minus like 1 minute before official start time, so they're just getting going. checking our cameras. We're looking beautiful.
Yep, so we are still getting stuff set up here. We got a whole bunch of things. You saw John up fixing one of our cameras. We're going to swap to the other view here just to see that beautiful case that they've got out there.
Look at that SSD base. It's coming together.
I am looking forward to this sucker coming out.
I'm ready for the Ben to put something in front of that thing.
I am excited at the fact that we get to talk about an SSD list right out the bat. So let's go into downsize its list right away. So Ben, like we said, Grand Admiral Thrawn, starting out with his typical list of an Imperial 2 and the dual Architons list. So we're looking at Thrawn with Vanto. Vanto's a great combination where you get that first command and then you get any token that you want. So that's always a beautiful way to move in there. Swapping out a salvo, probably for that contain is going to be my guess.
And intensify firepower with that Commander Vanto.
And you're going to be able to power that, guaranteeing you at least one hit for every shot.
Man, this is a aggressive list, right? I mean, he's not Pitakin, right? He's here. He doesn't have ESTs. He's going to go in full speed, hit whatever ship he can. But unfortunately, those hardened bulkheads aren't going to help him much against his SSD.
No.
So he's going to have to keep his distance, try and fly those flanks.
Let's see what else we have here. The ECMs for that one shot. Now he is going up against a Superstar Destroyer. So,
he is.
I am curious to see what we wind up having.
Although he's got to feel some relief that he's then got to spend a defense token. With usually Palpatine is on those SSDs, making you burn through your own tokens just to shoot at it. So
maybe. And then the Architons with the slave turrets. I'm a big fan of slave turrets. Generally speaking, with the Architons, you're going to get one side shot. And just to get that extra die, I mean, that's, I think, worth it.
Absolutely.
You get the double tap with Jendon and Merrick, and of course, you've got Darth Vader there. So depending on which one's got the better position, Jendon's going to be able to help out there. So now let's go ahead and take a look a little bit more in depth on the SSD here. SSD, we've got the Assault prototype with Moff Jerjerrod. So clearly we're going to be losing some shields to get that extra maneuverability. It's the standard setup on the Superstar Destroyer. You can't turn the sucker.
Yeah, but that thing swings hard with Jerry.
It really does.
You can go from left side of the table to right side of the table really fast.
You also have Ozzel right away. So with Ozzel, you've got that initial move, I believe, right?
I think that's tight. As Ozzel is our he can adjust speed, right?
Yeah, that's right. Started first round, you may execute a speed 1 maneuver.
Yeah, so that'll get him in position exactly where he wants to be, because you can just reach out and touch someone, AT&T here.
Yeah.
But and then he's got those quad laser turrets and the point defense reroute, and that's going to be great against Merrick and Darth Vader, although they got a lot of hole to chew through. So I think this is mostly going to be just a real damage. Who's going to get through first? You get half points, you get half hull points off that SSD. So, but Ben, he's going to need a big win here, like we said, to get the points that required to make those top 4s.
And then you've got Vader and Comsnet and some interceptors. So it's really, this fleet is designed to go in and hit hard with the SSD.
Yeah, how about those NK7 ion cannons? I like those.
I think that's going to be a fun combo. I really do.
Just make him start using them defense tokens. So 10 points, it's expensive. Sorry, we're just getting our names right. Make sure everyone knows exactly who's playing here.
Ooh, hey, you guys didn't need to see that.
Looks
like staying here.
Looks like the table's getting nice and set up here.
We're going to switch back over here. We have some applauding again. Let's actually see the overhead, get that SSD in all its glory.
Ooh, there it is. Remember, these mats are 3 feet wide.
They are 3. These are 2 3x3s.
That's a long ship.
And we have Ryan Becker, our 5th member of the podcast team for Command, or 4th member for Command Stack, has joined us. So he will be coming into the booth in a minute. And then we will, as soon as we find out what the objectives are, and if I could spell, Garrett, then I'd be able to actually. Objective is not spelled EJ. It is J-E.
Objective.
Yeah. So that's okay. See, this is what happens when you do stuff live, folks. We're going to make a few mistakes in this first one, but that's okay. What do we have on chat? Anything fun?
Let's see here. We got people calling out. He's excited about the SSDs. Social General Rob says he's going to have no issues. He says he gets lots of practice against them. I like to hear it. Let's see here. We got a lot of people rooting for that SSD. And we got somebody also questioning them in K7s. Yeah. Oh, all right. It's time to figure out who's going to be first or second player. Oh, we're about to find out who's player 1, who's player 2, which objective. I'm excited. Always checking them out. Hold on. Here we go. Let's pop up the. Let's take a look at these, eh? All right, who's player 1, Ken? Did you find out?
Ben is player 2.
Ben is player 2. That means the SSD's first player. All right, looks like we've got, I believe that is Contested Outpost, Solar Corona.
Downsize his first player.
Oh,
Downsize his first player? Okay, so these are the SSD's objectives. Great. Is that Surprise Attack, I want to say?
Looks like Surprise Attack, Contested Outpost, and Solar Corona.
Awesome. All right, he's got a decision to make here.
Definitely going to be a tough one.
Let's find out here. What do you think, Chad? How you doing? Someone said spinal ornaments over the QBTs on the SSD scandalous. You absolutely can. Oh man, the suspense is killing me.
We're going with Contested Outpost.
I love it. All right. You can keep it. All right, everybody. Contested Outpost.
Contested Outpost is the one we're going. Again, if there's anything you guys need here or stuff you need to see better, let us know in chat so that we can adjust accordingly.
It's a great observation in chat here. Contested Outpost, no heals on the station.
And actually, we're noticing on screen here, I'm just going to adjust this just a little bit. And again, apologies for the background noise. I'm not going to say that anymore. So we are still in setup, getting up the corner markers, putting up. Let's go to the overhead so we can see these guys set up.
There we go. Remember, deployment zone is 5 from the sides, distance 3 from the front.
Got all. We're trying to make sure that we don't get too much interruption. We get a lot of people waving at us in the stands. You know what we need? We need to have a camera to show everyone hanging around.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
On the corners.
Armada is popping today.
It really is.
For a last chance qualifier, I mean, the excitement's in the air. People are smiling, watching. Everyone's, I don't know, it's exciting. So
it really is.
Ooh, they're getting going here. Oh man.
And special thanks to everyone here at AdeptiCon for giving us everything we need to be able to present today with power, space. Very generous in giving us quite a big area to actually get set up in.
All right. They're still deciding. Looks like we're putting obstacles out now. Here we go. Asteroid field down first.
All right, here we go. We are in the that initial setup phase. Obstacles being put down.
Let's see here. Debris.
So we've had a couple people asking. We've got at least 52 people, but I think we have about 70 people in LCQ, unless you've got a better number, John?
52, is that right?
Looks like 52 actually. So
52
we might
total.
have a few spare tables.
All right. Putting out the last asteroid now.
And then that station gets placed up. Just kind of waiting. We've got some really serious thought here amongst our players.
I mean, it matters where the station goes here for this SSD. You know, because Ben's going to have to get that ISD and an Architens to overpower that 4-command stack.
And there it is, down on the table. We got that nice, like, it's the 6-sided die. You know, you've got the 6 on there. It's exactly what our obstacle configuration looks like.
Little lane.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take this out for a second just so we can see the whole board for the rest of deployment. We're still playing around with that station.
He's adjusting it. Remember that SSD's got to deploy. The tip of the base has to touch the back of the mat.
That's right, and that's it's going to stick out quite a way.
So, but he knows what he's doing here, so he should be able to immediately, hopefully, after round 1, grab that first victory token. And
we're going to see where they do get placed.
Oh, hello, Poland.
Poland's saying hello.
They are saying hello. A lot of Armada players in Poland.
All right, here's the first ship. One of the Architens going down.
I wonder if that's Hand of Justice or not. One's got Hand of Justice, one doesn't. Trying to take a look here.
Yeah, that does look to be Hand of Justice. I believe speed 2, I believe, is what we overheard.
All right. All right, yeah, he's putting those Gazanis down next, of course.
Well, that's the right play here.
Yeah.
You don't want to put the SSD down right away.
And he's got a couple of TIE interceptors there as well to delay.
There goes that Gazani.
Fantastic.
Right there at the edge, just off center. And we're just excited as you guys are watching exactly what's happening here.
I think
Sounds like they're going speed 2.
I sound like speed 2 on that Gazanti.
We've got, that's Vader and Merrick there. Now remember, with squadrons, you do get the opportunity to deploy those at distance 2 of one of your ships.
That's correct, as long as you have an even amount. If you have a
correct
odd number left, they've got to go last.
So oddly enough, Ben does have an odd number of squadrons, so that will be the last thing he does wind up placing.
Old Jindin.
Yeah, Jindin will be the last one to go down.
Lambda shuttle.
Yeah, but Jindin's also probably one of the more, I want to say, more popular squadrons to come out, especially when the Imperials, when you're using like Merrick Steele or Darth Vader.
He's a monster. He's just a staple to every fleet. And I got to tell you, whenever I face Jindin, I never get him killed. So, double brace, all that hull points. You're more worried about Merrick Steele out there. All right, he's put out the 2 TIE interceptors off that Gazanti now.
Placement now, again, as we were mentioning earlier, here at Worlds, we are going to have some really tough competition. Primarily because you have 50-some-odd players working for 4 slots. As John mentioned earlier, they are going to hit 16 total individuals that are going to wind up in standby. But as of right now, only 4 are ready to go on.
Yep, and these 2 players here, they both have hundreds of game hours under their belt. So these are not novice players; they are very experienced, and I think that's a lot of this field today. So
there goes the SSD.
Just where we thought. I'm already worried for the Marketins. And of course we got that Grand Admiral Thrawn command deck.
And those dials will get set. It'll be fun to see what comes up as we go along. We are going to do our best to make sure that we can tell you what commands are being played, but we may not have the opportunity to see all of them. Look at the range out of that front arc of the SSD. He's already 2/3 of the way across the table with that.
With Ozzel.
With Ozzel,
we haven't even done the Ozzel yet.
No, that's
oh man.
And Ozzel's up at the start of the first round, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, start of the first round.
Speed 1 maneuver. He'll be in long range.
Yeah, from the get-go.
Absolutely incredible. All right, he's just adjusting. He bumped the SSD a little bit there. He's just adjusting. I've got a small window to the table that I can watch, as well as the cameras. All right, what do we have left here? We've got Ben's ISD2 with Thrawn on it, and
Thrawn's
then
got to come out. There it is now.
And he's going to go pushing it to the limit here on that deployment zone.
As far to the left as he can go. And remember that all ships have to be deployed range 5 from either of the non-player edges and within range 3 of the player edge of the table.
All right.
We've got our handshake going on. Hang on, there's got to be one more. I think Jendon still needs to get placed.
Oh, don't say it too loud.
They remembered.
That's what remarkable sportsmanship.
Yep.
That's what we're all about here in Armada. Best player base in the game.
This is 100% the community here at Armada. We've got some of the best people here in sportsmanship, in making sure that everyone is getting their opportunities to get their stuff deployed. It's going to be interesting to see throughout the 4 rounds today.
Yep, we are officially setting dials now. So it's getting real.
This is where it'd be fun, like the World Championship of Poker, to have another set of cameras, seeing, we can check what everyone's doing. Special trays on the table, cameras looking right up. We can see what the command dials are, what the command stack looks like.
Well, you can almost feel them at this distance, though.
So the booth for everyone at home, we are quite literally about, what would you say, about 10 feet away from the players?
10 feet? I don't know, maybe 6 feet, 7 feet. Well, I guess from the player, I don't know, maybe 10 feet. Yeah. I'm having a hard time judging the distance right now. We got a question in the chat. If you forget to deploy something before the game starts, the rules of the game are you lose those points. That is not in play, and that is immediately basically destroyed. So make sure you always pay attention when you're deploying your fleets to get everything on the table before round 1 starts. All right. Oh, here they go.
Here we go into round 1.
All right, here goes Ozzel. Here we go. Speed 1 maneuver. I remember when you're moving that SSD, you maneuver from that back ship base. For anyone that's not flown SSD before, they're really fun. It doesn't feel like you're going to move a lot, but when you do any nav command or you have a commander like Jerry, you'd be shocked at just how far and how much you can change the landscape of the field by just a simple speed or speed 2 maneuver of that thing, as you're about to witness.
And especially when we get a turn, and I'm very, can we switch to the other side? Are we looking at making a turn? I think we are.
Looks like he's doing a 1-click.
Let's see this beast. They're holding down the station, making sure they're not moving that. That's outstanding. And then, oh no, they're just moving forward. There goes that turn. Look at that wideness of how much that goes.
Man, those Architects got to feel in danger.
Hey, that's interesting to see exactly where they're sitting there, facing down the Chimera.
All right, to give you perspective here, he's making a measurement.
It just looks like there might be within range.
Looks like they're in range. Long range. Round 1 on that front of the Architect.
We may have dice right away.
What's the front arc on that assault prototype here?
And I'm going to go ahead and key this in right now.
They're checking
just in case.
Obstruction. Looks like no obstruction to the front of the Architects.
We'll throw that over on that side just for everyone to watch the dice roll, which have already happened. And we've got, did we start out with a double and a blank? Look at that.
All right. 2 damage. All right, he's got to decide what he's going to do with this damage here. Looks like that ISD is out of range. The other Architects is out of range. Bracing it.
Yeah.
Brace it to 1 damage. Front of that, SSD.
And one shield off. There we go.
All right. All right. Did he say speed 3 on that Architons?
I think he might have.
He's trying to get a double or front arc.
Well, I think, you know, in this case, you've got 2 Architons. Look at that speed 3. He's going to get right,
Oh.
right in front.
I wish I knew if that was Hand of Justice or not. I'm guessing Hand of Justice on the other one.
That would
That's
be my guess.
survivability.
That would be my guess. Keep in mind, folks, Hand of Justice, before you reveal command, you can exhaust it, choose another friendly ship at distance 1 to 5, and ready one of the defense tokens.
Was that, what do you call that? Poor man's beast of burden?
I guess you could. A lot of measurement, a lot of thinking. We're taking some decisions on where we're going. Either case, Ben's pretty much in a position where he's going to have to put that in front of that SSD.
Listen, I feel real nervous about that Architons. I'm sorry, everybody. I think we're about to witness a crime here.
Look at that. I believe it's staying within that front arc.
Definitely not doubled, at least. But we got a Ravager Assault prototype SSD front arc here with Krajniak.
So here we go with Hand of Justice, just so that you guys can take a look at it again. A little bit bigger for you.
Oh, and don't forget Spinals with XI7s on the SSD.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting
really,
the Spinals are on there.
Really curious to see this first attack that the SSD makes. A lot of thinking here, though.
Oh yeah, don't forget the pass tokens.
Right. So I do believe that Alan will have, was it 1? Or James will have 1?
Well, our SSD's second player, right? So
yeah,
he'll get 1 pass token. Or 2 pass tokens, I'm sorry. 2 pass tokens. No, it's
just one because you've got 3.
I keep wanting to think Ben's got a Gazani with him, but he doesn't.
No, he does not. There's only the 3.
So just 1 pass token, 1 time.
Still taking a look, measuring some ranges here. Looks like we're going to move that other Architons now. Again, speed 3. So Ben really getting his Architons into position to make some attacks. I think he really wants to protect that ISD.
I think so too. He's got to get them squadrons up there too. Oh.
So we've got a couple questions in chat. I'm going to talk on these here. So what are we going to do in terms of splitting the streams with different parts? So a couple things that we are going to do. First of all, we're going to do 2 streams each day. So for LCQ day 1 and day 2 of Worlds, we will be having 2 streams. We'll start one first thing in the morning. We'll end it at our lunch break. Now that lunch break is going to occur somewhere between about 1:30 and 1:45. And then as soon as we start getting the players for the second round, or for the third round, the second half of the day after lunch, we will then discuss, or we'll kick the stream off again and go to the end of the day. So depending on how long that 4th round is, we'll be done somewhere between around 7:30 and 8. On day 3 will be a little different here because it's only going to be 3 rounds. We're going to do that in 1 continuous stream. Now, we will have an intermission break between the rounds midstream. So in the case of the end of this game, before we go to the next one, we'll just take a little break off stream, give us a chance to, stretch our legs and whatnot as we wait for the next round of pairings.
Okay, so Ben has moved his ISD into position. They're making measurements now.
And we still have the squadron phase to go.
That's correct. All right, we're about to see some dice rolls here. They're measuring arcs. He's checking to see if he's got a double. I do not believe so.
Line of sight coming out.
Looks like that Architon's escaped.
I think, yeah.
over there too.
I do think, though, that from what it looks like, I think we've got a side shot at the Architons on screen right, forward shot at the other Architons.
And he does have gunnery teams. All right, they're deciding what order they're going to do these attacks in. All right, he's gathering dice. Here we go.
So what do we have? And then we're going to keep tabs on everything here.
Oh, you can. It's okay.
Question from the players. They want to know if we want to throw defense tokens up on that. We'll just work with it as they call them out. It'll be fun.
They've been very audible. We can hear them.
Yeah. They can hear us too. So we can pick on them during the stream. It'll be fun. But we're gonna be
all right,
nice.
Here's our first roll.
Wow.
Let me zoom in here for y'all.
So we've got 1 accuracy, a double. It looks like 2, 3, 5, 7, 8 hits with an accuracy.
He's declaring intel officer. He intel officer the brace.
Looking through his cards, making sure he's not missing any opportunities here. Okay, so there sounds like a concentrate fire here.
Yeah, he's want to use that Ravager. He's trying to make sure he can activate that gunnery teams.
Make sure we're moving all the dice there. Wow. That's just so many dice. There comes in the extra hit.
Okay.
And I believe that's usage via Director Krajniak.
I don't think Director Krajniak works at this range.
Medium to long, yeah.
Yeah, so he's not using that.
Ooh, re-rolling more blanks into blanks.
He needed that. This is, and of course, anybody's wondering, this is against the ISD's front arc.
Yeah.
This is the front of the SSD to the front of the ISD. That's a little better.
That's what now, 9 hits? 8, 10? 2, 4, 6, 8.
11 damage.
11 damage with an accuracy.
So he intel'd officer the brace.
Intel'd the brace.
And he's going to accuracy probably that redirect. Or
one
contain.
Of them. Possibly the contain.
Oh, he's got XI7s. He's going to hit that contain.
Yeah.
He's going to hit that contain.
Now, you all still have ECMs, and you've got the... you get ECMs. Maybe you could still do something there, but really what you want in a situation like this is that brace.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's going to be gone right away.
So the ISD will survive this, though.
It will, but I think we're going to be looking at no front shields.
I don't think so. But, however, it's going to fly past this SSD, get in those less dangerous side arcs, and then be able to take some real shots in the rear.
I mean, that is one kind of advantage when you look at the SSD's firepower, especially the Assault prototype. You're looking at 5 red and 4 blue out the front. And when you start looking at the sides, you reduce to 3 reds, 2 blues, and a black die. Getting further along, you remove a red, so you're not going to get hit as hard. It's that initial up-front firepower, though, that's just devastating.
So it looks like we've got 1 face-down damage card on the ISD. So I'm assuming the shields are gone.
And looks like we have spent out his brace and his contain.
All right, so now he's going to take his second gunnery team, his gunner team shot. Here we go. He's gathering dice again. This is at the Architons.
This will be at the front Architons, I believe, yes. We spent the concentrate fire command, so we were able to gunnery teams out the front.
Oh man, here we go. Let's check this out. I mean, there's so many dice. It's hard not to get a good roll.
Yeah, you've got 2 accuracies here.
This is an SSD's dream right here.
I mean, really. There goes probably your, I would accuracy. What do we have damage-wise?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 damage, 2 accuracies.
7 damage, 2 accuracies. If you take care of the evade
he's
and
leading
the
shots.
contain.
He's going to leading shots, spinning that blue to re-roll. Here we go.
Let's see what we get. Another
One more crit.
That is definitely going to be very dangerous.
So no gain from that leading shots.
I'm going to be cautious on what I say here, only because I don't want to anyone. I want the players to actually say what or do what I'm thinking.
They got to decide how he's going to spend these defense tokens.
Correct.
Now he's already used intel officer, so that's exhausted.
Okay, so we're accuracying the evade and one of the redirects, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
So even with the XI7s, I believe, on the SSD, that is going to...
So that's 7 damage into the side. He's got 2 shields.
Yeah. So that's going to be 3 on shields. And 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to leave it down to 1, I believe.
I think so. He's about to deal these damage cards here. Oh yeah.
2.
And if he's only got 1 left, he's got to watch out for that ram.
So yep, there went 4 cards down.
Wonder what that critical is. So, Architects have 5 hull points. He's got 4 damage now. He resolved what other critical effect that was. Flipped that face down. And now he's got to pray for mercy from when that SSD moves. All right, SSD's got his 3rd shot now.
And this is probably going to go off to the other Architects.
Absolutely. There it is. He's measuring it. Looks like long range.
We're having a little giggle here in the booth. John forgot to plug his laptop in while he's looking at chat. He got that fun little error message that your laptop's about to lose power. And in case people are wondering, yes, we will swap John in at one point here so that he can talk to you guys while one of the rest of us watches chat. We're going to do a lot of swapping like that, most likely between rounds. We did miss a dice roll here, so we've got 4.
That primary side front left arc, that's a good roll. So it looks like he braced. Or not braced. It's a long range he evaded. He canceled that double.
Canceled the double.
Canceled the double, 2 damage. And
we'll
now
just leave that up in the corner for you guys.
Time to maneuver.
It is. And again, we're gonna show you, because it looks like he's gonna make another turn. We're gonna show you how wide this thing actually moves. So you can see that he's prepping himself here. Now remember, this is pointing straight down the table.
He's got to be within distance 1 of that station. So if he turns too far, he'll lose that.
And again, for the folks at home, with contested outposts, remember that the special rule here is the station does not obstruct attacks. Does not have the ability to discard damage cards or recover hull points, so it's not good to land on it to try and repair yourself. But at the end of each round, you're going to sum the command values of all ships at distance 1 of the station. Player with the highest total will gain 1 victory token. Each victory token is going to be worth 20 points. And then here we go, the sucker swings around. We might have to hold or take off. In this case, remember, the Superstar Destroyer always takes precedence and will never be removed from the stand. It's always going to be every other ship. But look at this, that swing going literally right over where the ISD would have been. That is incredible.
He didn't take the ram, and it looks outside of 1 from that station, but they'll check here at the end of the round.
They will check.
We still got the squadron phase.
We still
to
the
go.
squadron phase. We've got a long way to go. We are currently sitting here in turn 1. It is about 10 to 10. Now remember, we didn't really start the first round on time. We were a little bit behind.
All right, he's going to try and play this so he can use Jendon the way he wants to.
Yeah. So here we go. We've got an attack here.
Ooh,
that is
a double and a crit.
Double and a
Beautiful
crit.
from Darth Vader.
From Darth Vader. There's always bombing.
He's going to brace it.
I believe he did, yes. And we've got a redirect as well, so that's just going to go off to the side.
Looks like he's going to take
just the 1, I believe, right?
1. He's taking some shields off the side there on the right-hand side of the SSD. All right. Okay, we've got Merrick Steele coming up.
Actually, that's Jendon moving.
Is that Jendon?
That
moving?
is Jendon. See if we can see what's going on a little bit better. And then, of course, we have the 2 TIE interceptors that are going to move in and attempt to, quote, intercept.
All right, looks like he's just going to move them distance 4. All right.
And they are currently removing one of the walls here at Adepticon, so there might be a little bit of background noise.
All right,
Here
so
comes in Merrick Steele into the little cadre there. And now we are officially moving into round 2.
Round 2. So I don't think anybody scores on that station.
I don't think so.
Oh, and fun fact, it looks like we have a total of 3 Super Star Destroyers here today at the Last Chance Qualifier. Which is quite a few.
That is a lot, yes.
I think there's one that's totally painted blue. Reminds me of some classic Admiral Dalla, Nighthawk. What is that, SSD? I don't know. We're like 1997 books here at this point.
You know, one I think my favorite stories was the Director Izard in the SSD.
Ah, the Lysankia?
Yeah, the Lysankia.
Coming out of Coruscant. You just unlocked some core memories, Ken.
See, you know, you have to remember, that was a time where, for me, Star Wars was one of those incredible things, because you had, you know, after Return of the Jedi, just this long period of time of nothing. And I don't want to say completely nothing, because mid-'80s, I want to say 84, 85, you had stuff like the Droids television show, Ewoks.
You had the West End RPG books that were coming out.
West End games, that was, I love all those old role-playing games. I had more fun in that D6 system than I can remember. I still have most of those books, too.
Looks like they're trying to measure for that that token here.
Yeah, I think we're just outside of range 1. So very close.
Looks like they're
but
checking.
not quite.
I don't, yeah, it doesn't look like it. All right.
So I think we are still scoreless here in going into round 2.
Oh, but I was going to say, yeah, those West End books were quintessential when Timothy Zahn wrote those first Thrawn novels.
Oh,
he
I remember
referenced
those.
The Lancet
Yeah.
ground vehicles, all the different ships. That's where the Victory Star Destroyers came from.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely interesting.
Well, the interdictors were part of that as well.
Interdictors, the Dreadnoughts, Bolt Cruisers.
And, of course, one of the commanders in... Actually, that actually brings up an interesting point. So we're talking about commanders. Garm Bel Iblis,
Oh, looks like
one of our rebel commanders.
Taking a roll here. 2 damage. A double and a critical. I want to say that's from Vader.
Yeah, that's Vader into the SSD.
Activated by a squadron command.
See, we were getting excited about talking about old books.
We're talking about Thrawn. I wonder if that was a Thrawn dial to use before those. He lost one of those Architons to get maximum use out of those Thrawn dials.
I think he may have, yes.
All right, looks like he spent
taking some shield dial. We spent a redirect.
Redirect and move those. All right, he's
to
putting
the
it on the left side. Yep.
Now, that is one of the things with the Super Star Destroyer. There are 6 total zones. So you have your normal front, rear, left, and right. The 2 rear side arcs are the left auxiliary and right auxiliary arcs.
I got to say that both these rolls for Vader have been optimal so far.
They really have been.
3 damage is it's peak.
3 is one of those fun numbers where you can't really, when you decide you want to brace, right? Bracing 4 or 5 makes sense.
Yep.
But 3, is it worth spending a brace token?
Oh, here we go.
All right, I believe this is the Jendon tap. For just 1.
1 damage. Vader is a bomber.
Vader is a bomber, so that is 1 more. It looks just gonna take that off the front shield.
I want to say that SSD's got 4 shields up front now, and 2 and 1 on the sides. Approximately. Hard to tell from here.
I would agree. Here comes another roll here. What do we got? We've got 2 crits. This is, I believe, off of Merrick Steele.
Merrick Steele doing his magic.
So I tell you, those squadrons are...
we got confirmation the Thrawn dial was used, which makes total sense.
We're making some serious decisions here on where we want to actually send our damage. Measuring out. Again, it's fun seeing that ISD on its side.
He's trying to get
another
that.
redirect token spent here, moving damage off to the side.
All right, yeah, he's getting that ISD done and out of the way so he doesn't have to take another shot from the front of that SSD.
And moving him over.
All right. That's all. He got 2 shots with those squadrons off here. Those TIE interceptors locked him out.
I mean, the mere fact that you've got that much damage coming out of squadrons is kind of fun. Now, it looks like we've got our first shot here.
Looks like
this is definitely off the ISD going into the SSD. Looks like that's 6 damage and accuracy, I believe.
Yep. He does have intensify firepower and XI7s.
He does. So we are looking in terms of spending against on the SSD defense tokens. Looks like we spent a contain. Debating on what other tokens he wants to use here.
So he will be chewing through those front shields if he's spending that contain.
Yeah. I love watching the wheels spin with the players making these decisions, but this is part of what makes Armada great, is when you start looking at the amount of effort you have to spend in really determining what are the right tokens to use for every situation and how can you leverage those later and everything else, when's the best time. Looks like we're just going to go straight to taking damage off.
Yep.
And here's some damage cards. I believe we got 4 in. 1, 2, 3. 3
damage.
3 damage on the SSD, and we've got 19 more to go.
Man, with that, you really start missing those defensive retrofits on these SSDs.
You really do. Now, I think we are right.
All right, they're just marking ships out of the way right now so they can maneuver better here. Moving that SSD is always a challenge when you're trying to get accurate maneuvers done. All right, here we go. All right.
We had a request for some ship markers, so we are going to make sure that they get those.
All right. Taking the squadrons out of the way. It's tense. All right, let's see where this SSD lines up arc-wise. All right. All right, moving the SSD back now.
Ryan.
Careful, careful. All right, let's get a top view here. I want to say they escaped that front arc for sure.
I think he did. Can we get a good angle on there? That's going to be close. I think we're kind of right in a spot where we might just be able to double arc, but I think it's going to be close.
Maybe we'll get a peek at the laser here when they run it.
All right, folks, we are going to bring in one of our other members of our stream team. We are going to have Ryan say hello to you for a little bit.
I'm swapping out.
You're going to swap out?
I'll swap.
All right.
Let's
So Garrett's going to come out. Ryan's going to come in. We're going to talk to him for a little bit as well, because we want to make sure that you guys get a couple different variant opinions. We also, again, want to give everyone a break. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I drove in from Louisville this morning. I've somewhere along the road lost my voice, which is going to be great for streaming, so I apologize for that. But this is really fun. You guys have a great setup here. Looks like there's a confire on the SSD.
And we already, I think that was the prior dice roll, so we're going to see what we've got coming out here. But Ryan, thank you very much for making the trek out.
Yeah, well, it's my pleasure. You know, this is what we've wanted to do for Armada for years, and I feel like we finally have something, you know, that's comparable as far as presentation to the other systems. So, you guys have done a lot of great work setting this up, and hopefully my voice is not too bad. I do. Have you? Let me ask you this: how is NK7's done this game?
I don't think we've seen them in use yet. One time, it was the first shot.
Okay.
All right, here's our new roll. Let's take a look real close at what we've got. So we've got, that's 4 or 5 hits. It's a blank on the black die. Come from the SSD into the ISD.
Arcaton? Where's the shot being fired at? Okay, side to side, yep. So, our, I don't know, what do you describe Garrett's role here? Our runner? Our
Garrett's kind of our go-between. This is the one nice thing about having 4 of us here at once, which we are unfortunately not going to have for the entirety of the stream for all 4 days. There comes in some extra blacks there. Ravager.
Looks like Garrett's our courtside reporter here, but Garrett has informed us that the ISD is just down to a salvo and a redirect. So, burning through tokens.
And there's, ooh, look at that. That is gonna hurt.
Without the brace, that is a ton of damage to be taken.
we've got no brace. We already have a little bit of damage on the ISD, and we've got XI7s. So there is only so much that we can take here on the ISD, and this is a side shot. So fortunately, we didn't get that full front to second time.
That is impressive. That it is just the side shot, and you're taking out what?
I mean,
10 damage.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 damage.
Oh, and the redirect just got intel. So that is gone. So with the shields.
So there goes the redirect. I mean, we're now down to what? Just a salvo, I believe, on the ISD.
Yeah.
There goes some shields.
No blue crit for the NK7. Is that? So
here we go. We are dealing out some damage. The crit is Crew Panic.
Which I think is a token, right?
3 remaining.
Which I think is discarded token.
6 damage total. Wow. So definitely a lot of damage here. We're going to go, this is a salvo shot. Bringing in, looks like accuracy, 2 accuracies in a hit.
That is not the amount of damage you need to push through on an SSD.
No, but for a salvo shot, not too bad when you're only rolling 1 or 2 hits. The damage that he was able to do with Vader earlier really is what did it.
So crew panic is before you reveal command dial, you must suffer 1 damage or discard that dial. It is actually pretty devastating for the ISD on this one.
Redirect was discarded.
So ISD has yet to activate, but he knows he's taking at least 1 damage when he does.
1 damage card did get into the SSD, so that puts it up to 4 now out of 22.
Well, you do get half points.
You do get half points later on, yeah.
Do we know what the number is for the half points on
11.
Oh, no, but I mean how many? It's 342 divided by 2, so 170-ish.
71, which is quite a bit, but the ISD that Ben has is 196 points. So he needs to do a little bit more or not lose the ISD.
Absolutely.
Really looking closely at where we have things.
Looks like
flanking.
Looks like a flak shot is coming up. I think they're trying to figure out who might be an arc and how many dice right now.
So blue and red, that's 2 hits. So Jendon takes a little bit of damage. Against Vader, we've got 1. And do we have a shot against Merrick? I think we might. Now it looks like we're going to start making shots against one of the Architects here.
We got a report from our crack sideline reporter of the shield status for the ISD is 2 on the front, 3 on the left side, and 1 on the rear. So that exposed side, there are no shields left.
So that might be easy to chew through, especially when you only have a handful of dice left. So this is against the Architects. That looks like 3 damage. And then I believe this is going to be
a reroll.
Ooh, look at that. Nothing. Unfortunate. We have had some pretty heavy hitting shots, a lot hitting in the 10 range against ships. That one Architects is on 1 health, I believe.
Let's see what tokens he spends here.
Spending the evade, re-rolling. 2 red, so we know we're going to have 1 hit go through. And it looks like just 1 came out of it. No, none. So only 1 total hit.
Wow, that's huge. So the rule change to evade has really helped the small ships out. As you can see right there.
It's still alive.
Yeah, still alive. So it'll get to shoot, and it'll get a chance to contribute damage into the SSD at least 1 more turn.
Which is important. And again, remember that these Architects do have slave turrets, so that's going to be 4 red dice that can fire out the side. And definitely off the one that's closest to it, we definitely have a side shot.
Interesting choice that he shot the ISD first, and he used his Ravager dice to do that, and he did not have them available in the Architect shot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it would have made a difference damage-wise, but it may cost him here.
We're going to make another turn here with. Yep, there we go. Ram to the Architects. It's gone.
Oh, good move. Good move. So the Ravager shot did not end up penalizing them.
No, I guess not. So right as we start talking about that, Ryan, then Answer presented himself.
There you go. Hand of Justice? Was that Hand of Justice? Okay, so that...
Hand of Justice did go down. Here's the side shot from the Architans.
Slave turret shot. You know, I got you guys for about the first 15 minutes coming on in, and two more
damage going in onto the ISD, or not the ISD, the SSD. So we are almost to half points on the SSD here.
Yeah, with the ISD to still activate. So a lot of damage being taken here.
Serious drop down in speed from that initial speed 3.
Now, I was saying I listened to you guys on the way in, and you talked about you need big wins here. And I think that's been reflected in, I took a walk around on the fleets, and SSD is definitely a big squadron command coming forward here.
This is nice having a courtside reporter, isn't it?
It's essential.
And I'm finding this fun to see exactly where the delicate placement of how they're moving the tools, just to see where they are relative to other ships, whether it's squadrons or whatnot. And we're being really cautious here. But again, this is top tier tournament level play.
Yeah, you're seeing people who have traveled for a long distance, trying their best, trying to make it into Worlds. It's very exciting. Armada has never, to my knowledge, had an LCQ before that I can remember.
So we are looking at some squadron battles here. We've got some TIE interceptors firing at Merrick Steel. There looks like 2 damage going in. We're going to switch camera views just so that we can go ahead and get a little bit better view.
This is our first Worlds with an invite requirement. So this would have been the kind of the first one where it said, hey, if I didn't have an opportunity to travel to the places that have had tournaments where you can get an invite, this is your chance.
2 hull left on Merrick Steel. And I believe this is probably going to be a flak on one of the other squadrons. 1. Nope. Only 1. 1 on Merrick, yep. So that second TIE interceptor came so very close to taking out Merrick Steel, especially with the accuracies on that. I think we're going to see some real intense squadron play here at different points throughout all of LCQ. But like you were already talking about, Ryan, the amount of the intensity level, the way people are going to be playing these games, you're right. You have to get into that top tier, and we're still in the middle of round 1. And there's just so much Armada left to play just today. And it's going to be fascinating to see how the tournament turns out.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is Gazanti into Architans, 1 hit.
I'm glad we got a great matchup for the first game where we're throwing a lot of dice here.
Yeah, you know what? We were really happy as soon as we found out we were going to get an SST on the stream. We were thinking we've got some opportunities for big dice rolls, a lot of fun. And you know what? This is a good way to start a 4-day tournament. So moving that Gazanti. Looks like they're going to try and escape on the front arc here. We're definitely in the side. So now next time that Architans activates, it's going to have to make a choice. go against the Gazanti or go against the SSD. Now, clearly, if it was me, I would want to go against the SSD.
Absolutely. At this point, you've got to be taking out the SSD. That is your only chance here to be scoring big, and because you're down tokens from contested outposts.
Yep.
So you're burning through them.
Okay, so Ben does get a victory token here. He did get, he's there for contested outpost within range 1. I think we're still outside of range 1 of the SSD from the station. So the score is still pretty close. Looks like we're 20-71 in favor of James right now, but there is a lot of Armada left to go.
Yeah, I think the score is going to be very different at the end of round 3 than it is at the end of round 2 here.
So we are, sounds like, going into round 3.
So ISD is activating using a Thrawn dial Confire.
So ISD, Thrawn is a Confire, I believe.
No, it's a squad.
It's a squad on Thrawn. Squad on Thrawn and a Confire off the ISD. We're gonna have a shot here. I'm giggling a little bit, folks. I had 2 things come in. So again, I want to say thank you very much to all of our wives and our families for allowing us to do this. Because both my wife and John's are now sending us individual messages. We'll get that in a second. Here we go. We've got 4 dice being rolled. I did not get a chance to see that. What was that? Looked like 4 hits. Interceptor's dead. Merrick was killed in the counter. So we've got a couple things that are being added to the list here.
That's 22 for Merrick. And then that's 11 for the Interceptor. 21 for Merrick, excuse me.
That looks like a Darth Vader bomber shot. So again, the 3 dice. So I'm going to say this about Darth Vader. I'm going to say this about Ben's rolling. This is the 3rd bomb attack he's made. Each one has been 3 dice. This is like every game that I've played against John on the channel, where I am constantly doing stuff with my red dice. So
looks like the SSD has redirected the damage to the rear auxiliary arc.
So I'm going to get back to one of the things I was saying. So Riley, John's wife, has decided to let me know that I should do sportscasting for a living, so perhaps I'm in the wrong profession.
Yeah, absolutely.
SSD is now losing shields on the right and the front. Here we go. We've our second shot here, likely Vader via agenda. Now this time we've got an accuracy coming up. I don't think that was actually
looked like a counter from the SSD.
Yeah, counter from the, yeah. And again, if you are at the convention, please stop by and say hello. You kind of have to wait till there's a slight break in the action for us to be able to talk to you. We do have some fun, folks that have stopped by from across the world, people from Spain, people from Australia. It's been great. We've got a couple Polish players that are out here today. Probably a few folks from Germany as well, I believe.
I have seen Team Germany walking around taking notes on the field. 10 damage total right now on the SSD.
And there's a huge, huge crowd here at AdeptiCon. I actually see.
This is the side-to-side shot from the ISD into the SSD. Looks like 4 damage with the blue crit.
Get a little closer here. Yep. Brace and contain being spent out.
So that's 2 more damage into the hull. for 12 damage.
So we are already at half points. Now here's the killer shot.
One accuracy in the initial roll.
And one die goes out of the trace. That forces a re-roll. So there's an accuracy, 2, 4, 6, 8 damage going against the SSD.
So he will be able to brace, which is critical.
Yep, so there's a brace. We are looking at a contain.
Still 4 damage total.
Yeah. So,
Oh, 5 more damage. I must have miscounted.
I think me too.
Oh, it looks like 4
No, it
damage.
was 4.
Yeah.
So quite a bit of damage being scored on this game. We've already got 1 Architans down. ISD at half points.
Looks like a total of 16 or 17 damage where 16 or 17 damage. Trying to get clarification from Garrett, our crack sideline reporter.
So we're going to swap our view here so we can maybe see what's going on. This is like one angle we don't have a great view on for where the thing's moving around. So Ben is ramming the SSD. Of course, you have to pull the ISD off its stand. Is it naturally?
Which is really unfortunate, I think. I don't know if the SSD needs to have, like elevated prongs to keep it a little higher, but it's unfortunate to see a beautiful ship like the ISD being taken off its base.
No, I agree with you there. I almost wish they had slightly taller stands for the SSD. We're going to do a quick shout out to all of our friends across the Atlantic here in Europe that are in chat. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope John is responding back to you. I know we are. As we can, there's just a lot of action that we're trying to concentrate on here on the game. And this is a different one in that we have so many different things going on. We had a lot of dice rolling. We hit action almost right away. Normally in Armada, the first turn or two is a lot of setup, but the SSD and Ozzel brought this right up.
There's a huge threat range from the SSD that's established right off the bat, which can make combat very quickly. The thing about the SSD is you almost have to slow down the action and delay. If you are shooting by turn 2, it can be bad news for the SSD.
True. Now Xanti has activated.
Appears to be a Confire dial.
Confire.
He's got the Architans double arced, which I think is a good move here.
And we've got a crit. Now he's just going to take it on the side. Let us know how our dice tray is working. You guys prefer it when we bring it up to the full picture, or you like the picture-in-picture? We're very curious to get your feedback. Again, this is just our first round here at AdeptiCon. 14 more to go.
Ken may not make it through all of this. We'll have to see.
Again, the 5th member of our team, Adrian, is currently playing in the LCQ. Tomorrow, John and Ryan will be playing in Worlds Day 1.
So if I have it right, the Architens has not yet taken any damage.
This one I think has not taken any damage yet. I believe you're correct. Or one damage. So 2 hull left on this one. So actually, no, this is taking a hit.
Okay.
We need to have separate ships for everyone so that we don't confuse 2 Architens. All right, side to side here on the Architens. That is 3 hits, I believe.
That's good, solid damage to put into the SSD.
And we've got slave turrets coming in now. Throws in a 4th. Confire.
all the SSD defensive
with an
tokens,
accuracy on the red dice, and that's all crits.
all the SSD defense tokens are red right now.
Redirect has been accuracy, so it looks like he's spending out a brace. Brace is being spent out to reduce the damage down to 2.
And does he burn a crit? He does burn
He
a
does burn the contain.
Yep. Which I think you have to do. I think you don't want to get a really nasty crit at this point, causing you to lose something else.
No, especially when you are already in a position. We're counting up how much damage we have on the SSD. Let's see how close to destroyed this thing is. Because if that goes out, that's a table.
I think we're on 18 or 19 right now.
19 damage, 3 more on the SSD, and that can be a problem.
This is going to be a huge activation of the SSD right here.
It needs to eliminate that Architons.
Yeah, I think you got to table him right here or you're not going to have a shot.
Yeah. And I think we're going to ram the SSD here. We're waiting with bated breath to see exactly what's going to happen. This is actually a great game. We're going to go back to our overhead view so that we can see everything going on.
We got the Architons at speed 2. At speed 3, he might have been able to ram to put on another damage.
Yeah. But at this speed, we're going to stay where we're at. It's keeping himself. He's now in the auxiliary arc.
So we'll have to see if he's got a Confire dial lined up on the SSD.
Right.
Which I think is what he needs at this point.
I would agree. So SSD goes. So engineering on the SSD. Now that gives you, at this point, it's only 4 points. So he can get 2 shields back. He can repair damage. I would do 6.
It'll be 6 because of the dial and the token.
Oh, that's right. He's got the token that he's spending out. But normally it would be 4 with just the dial.
Yep. SSD gives you that extra token. Interesting. Looks like he's moving shields around. Maybe that he
protecting his sides.
And yeah. Maybe adding 1 or 2 shields. I don't know if that's a belief that he doesn't think he can eliminate these 2 ships this turn.
Hard to say. We're going to find out as we continue moving on throughout this game. Reminder, we are in round 3 right now.
All right, here we go. SSD firing on the ISD.
We're going to bring this up so we can see it in its glory.
So interestingly, that was the front right arc.
Yes.
Still in there.
That is 5 damage showing with an accuracy. Intel on the salvo, I believe.
Absolutely. That'd be a great call.
Ravager being used.
Only on the token because he doesn't have the dial.
Right. There's another hit.
That's huge.
Another hit.
So that's six damage.
So here's an interesting question.
ISD comes off the table.
ISD is now off the table. That's a lot of points being put out. Now here's an interesting possibility that we could see at the very beginning. Could we see a mutual table?
So it could happen, right? And that would have to be the squads finish off the SSD while it looks like we're going to do some flacking here of the squads that remain.
So we're re-rolling the crit. Believe
Yep.
that's just one then?
Looks like it. To your point, though, a mutual tabling would be just a fantastic way to start this tournament.
I was going to say it'd be a great way to start, but that if that does happen, then all the next 14 games are going to be nowhere near as exciting.
Sure. Looks like we got 3 damage. Incredible.
Still alive with Jendon. Looks like Jendon's got some escorts with him on his stand. I love the way some of these fighters and what people do to customize their fleets and make them look interesting. One of my favorite is the Darth Vader TIE Interceptor with the 2 TIE fighters behind him.
Painting of Armada squads and ships is a really big part of what the community does, and the community comes up with really great ideas on what looks good. So I always like it when my opponent has their stuff painted. It makes for a nicer game. So it looks like we're taking an Architon shot.
And let's see what we've got for this is going at the Architons. Again, let's bring that up so we can see it nice and clear. That's a crit, 2 crits, 3 crits, and a hit.
That's nice damage from that, that kind of that weaker left auxiliary,
The auxiliary
side
left.
arc.
Intelling the contain.
And remember, he's got
Decision
XI7, so he could be drilling right down.
I mean, really, you're only going to be able to move 1. So this is going to be some tough decisions here. Okay, evade. There goes 1 of the crits. We're going to re-roll that. And 2 regular hits. So still staying at 4.
He did contain.
Yep, redirecting the 1 away. So it looks like 2 were taken by shields. Lose the contain. Taking some more hits.
1 hull.
1 hull remaining. Is that
No,
1
no,
hull
no.
remaining or 1 hit total made?
One hull
one
total.
hull total.
So far. So he's got 4 to go, which can be done with this Ravager list. There, for me, is does he have enough to survive an Architon's activation? He's got 19, and he's only got a brace, a redirect, and a contain left.
And remember that these Architons not only have intel, which will help get rid of some of those tokens, but we still have slave turrets on them. So only 1 shot's going to be able to come out of the Architon. So even if you get that sweet double arc, you're going to roll the side.
Right. It'll be a big deal if to see if he's got a con fire dialed up, because he had a nav last turn, this turn, and if he has got a con fire, that might give him that little extra bit of damage to push through.
We got our move forward. We're going to go ahead and take the overhead view, see this thing. I think we're making another turn here. Look at how far that swings. That's a double.
It's a beautiful thing.
Hats off. Moff Gergerod really can make this thing swing.
Oh, it's beautiful. Just avoided the asteroid field there, which would have been really tough to.
Yeah, let's actually show you that there is an asteroid right there. We're literally a token's width away from it.
A really big part of that move is that he can no longer command his squadrons. And so by doing the double Jerry turn, he buys himself 1 turn of non-bombing with squads because he can't be commanded them. So that potentially saves him, 5 to 6 damage.
No, that's a good call. I didn't actually think that one fully through. So brilliant move on James' part here.
And that move might be the difference between the mutual tabling.
That could. So we do have a poll in our chat. Don't forget to sit there and look at it. We are now setting dials going into round 4. This is getting exciting. So as we update that, we're going to go ahead and go back to our overhead view.
Bryn brings up a good point in the chat that Vader does have rogue, and so
that is true. So he could still, and Ben's now in 3 rounds. Each shot has been 3 damage.
Right.
So, we can see Vader come in.
Absolutely, and then you can Jended him. So
yeah.
So that's a great point. Thanks for the chat. It's a little harder to do the chat or to do the commentary than I thought it would be.
So this is out the Architons at the side of the SSD. So it looks like it's just the one crit. So the SSD is still sitting there.
That is not a great shot.
I think moving some of those shields might have been a great idea.
Yeah. Did you catch what the dial was on that?
I did not.
I bet it's a navigate.
Probably navigate. So SSD shield remaining. We have one on the left auxiliary, one in the rear. Yeah, that definitely had to have been a nav on the Architons.
He's got to be careful not to put himself in a double arc here with that rear.
James is here. His heart's pounding. He is sweating bullets. Ben, on the other hand, is looking right down at the thing with deep in thought on how he wants to move the Architons.
Cool as a cucumber.
Definitely going to give a huge shout out to both of our players today, because playing on a stream table, especially when they're within earshot of the commentators, has got to be a little bit stressful. And we do have quite a few people right now watching on stream. So we want to do a huge thank you to everyone watching us on stream around the world. We really appreciate you guys tuning in for all the actions here. And this is just last chance qualifiers, and we are already having some significantly powerful and wonderful matches.
Yeah, we have a couple of people who have gathered around to watch this match in person, too. It's a couple of people who have tickets to Worlds tomorrow who have come to watch the game. It's really great.
Gazanti has a con fire. So we're going to save that. We're comms netting that con fire token over to the SSD, clearly to do Ravager.
So this is the Gazani shot here?
This is the Gazanti shot. Pulling the one die out. And in there's a hit. Being redirected. Then we get our movement with that Gazanti. I don't know, Ryan. This is an interesting game. I'm curious to see what happens in this next round here.
Yeah, I think so much is going to come on this SSD activation.
I'm going to agree.
Because I know, I know, is Merrick down to one hull? Merrick's done, and then
yeah, Merrick's gone. Vader's probably down to 1 or 2, I think. 3. Jendon at 4.
So, I mean, Vader could theoretically go out here, too.
Theoretically, you could also get 6 points of damage from Vader into the SSD. So,
which might be fatal.
Just avoided a ram here, I believe. SSD activates.
Huge.
Engineering, so we get another 4.
So I figure you got to be moving or adding to the side of the squadrons that are coming now.
Yeah. Definitely moving to the auxiliary. I think he's looking at the right-hand side as well.
Big shot here on the SSD on that Architons.
Really still deciding where he wants to have all his shields moved to and or added. I think he's just moving shields.
Yeah, it's a critical choice here. It looks like that Architons has 2 arcs that he could shoot at. One of the problems with the SSD is that the yellow dots, which show line of sight, are very far out for the ship, which make it very vulnerable to choosing which arc to shoot at.
So we are looking at the auxiliary shots here from the SSD into the Architons. Long range is what we're hearing. 2 reds, that's a hit and a crit. His next die. Let's bring that a little closer so we can see exactly what we've got.
Okay.
That's 4 hits. That's respectable damage. Reviewing our upgrade cards.
There's one stressed redirect on the Architons already.
Looks like it still has an evade, maybe.
Yeah.
Players staring each other down, deciding what they're going to do. Krajniak on these 2 dice, staying at 4 hits. We were hoping to get another double in here, I think. Okay, evade being burnt, canceling out the double because we are at long range for this shot.
Very good move by Ben to stay at long range here.
No, agreed.
That made a big difference, not being able to contribute at least one other blue here.
Now we've got some movement here again. We're going to see, well, not quite yet. We're flacking squad. Just right. SSD does get 3 shots.
It does. It's a beautiful ship.
Really trying to determine exactly where we are sitting relative to the squadrons. Looks like we're going to be probably in blue range, I think. Maybe just out. Here comes the flak.
Looks like a single red.
Going to be just the 1 red. There's our roll. Starts out with a blank. Rerolled into a hit. Jendon taking another hit, down 1. So 3 left. And I believe that's it in terms of what the SSD can shoot at. And we are now moving into something. Hopefully we can stay away from that asteroid.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, is he going to try to jump the Gazani? If he swung to the left, he'd actually bring the rear of the or swung to the right, he'd bring the rear of the SSD closer to the Architons. I don't know if he wants to do that, though.
No, and then you're definitely going to go over that stage, or the asteroid. And that, at the point you're at now, you don't need more damage. You want to avoid it as much as you can. The last thing you need is the structural damage. So fortunately, it's not me playing.
Looks like he had. Oh, he rams him. He rams the Gazani.
Rams the Gazanti, so the Gazanti will take the 1 damage. And it looks like Ben's going to move some of his squadrons in here at some point. But what do we have running here? This is Vader shooting, by the way. 2 hits, I believe. And then the counter is another 2, because I believe there's an because we need to get rid of this TIE interceptor that's sitting here. And looks like that interceptor goes.
Looks like he got a hit.
So, TIE interceptor goes. Now I think we're just trying to place here to try and get something here going across. Now this might play into what you were talking about earlier, Ryan, where he wants to get the ability to activate his squadrons again.
Right. You know, he at least has Jendon, and Vader has a rogue. So as our chat helped me out with, so we'll be good there.
And it looks like we are going into round 5.
But Vader doesn't have grit, so eliminating that interceptor was huge to free up Vader to go on a bombing run. SSD on 19 hull.
Oh, no, we are still round 4. I jumped.
setting dials now. Really, I think for the Gazani, it's just a matter of what token does he want to send over to the SSD. Probably
Confire and the Architects. It looks like we're going to go into the rear auxiliary on the left. First three, there's 4 hits again, or 3 hits and an accuracy. There's our double, our single, and our accuracy. Slave Turrets brings in a blank.
2 shields on that side, I believe.
Okay, no brace, 4 damage. Now we have a redirect left. That contain is not going to help out the SSD. Looks like the redirect's going to get spent. We're thinking about it. Maybe.
Write it.
Yeah, we're moving some shields here on the SSD. Taking some total of 4 damage. This is getting really, really close, really tense. I'm starting to get nervous for the players.
Yeah, that intel of the redirect was huge for the squadrons now, right? Like you can't, the squadrons are super fast. They can skip around and start bombing whichever side of the SSD doesn't have shields.
And again, with Rogue, you can do a lot.
Speed 5 Rogue.
Yeah, and we know, again, as Ben has been rolling these bombing runs with Vader, he has been really hitting hard, 3 damage each shot. So that's going to be problematic.
All right, so we got a shield update for you.
All right, so here's the full shield update on the SSD. There are no shields at all on either left side arcs, and the front arc on the SSD has 0 shields. Right hand side, right shields are at 2, the right auxiliary at 1, and the rear at 1. So there is definitely some opportunities for squadrons to come in and do damage.
Right, I think you put the squadrons up, obviously on probably the front. Maybe get a. Well, you could put it on the left front, which has no shields. You can't redirect because you don't have any redirect tokens. You do get to use the brace.
You do,
but it's going to be very close. I think the SSD goes down here.
I think it could, because you don't need a lot. We've got, what was the SSD at? I believe 19. So we only need 3 more hits to take the SSD down. If you're going through that rear shield, you need 4 to connect. Now you still have, I believe, a brace and a contain left on the SSD.
Yep.
So you really might need to kick that up to maybe 7 to almost guarantee it. Maybe 8 or 9 to get that extra 1 if you're using the brace. Well, no, because we got rid of the redirects.
Yep, so we still got that brace. So if he only rolls the 2 damage with Vader, he can brace it to 1, and then he'll be at 20. It really comes down to this. Oh, no.
Now, we just got a report from the field. Ryan, what did Garrett just tell us?
The Architon is double arced. This could be fatal.
SSD is going to come in. This could be the game.
Good. Mutual tabling. We're in.
This is exciting, isn't it, guys?
And the Architens has 3 damage on it, I think.
3 or 2. So Gazanti passes over. Looks like another Confire.
No.
Rams into it. Gazanti is now out. So self-inflicted on the Gazanti.
It looks like there's 2 damage on that Architens.
Crowd starting to gather once again around the Armada table. We do have a roping around it so that the players don't get bugged too much.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
This is the big roll. Couple blanks here. We've got an accuracy, though.
He has 1 redirect. And I think 1 evade. I can't tell. Ravager dice. Oh.
Okay, another. Oh, ooh.
He's gonna lead. He does have leading shots.
Leading shots, maybe.
Yeah. Get rid of that accuracy to roll all the blanks.
Yep. There we go. The excitement is mounting. Here we go. Leading shots, and everything comes in, and 2 more hits thrown in there. So 2 crits and a hit.
Remember, he's got a second shot here.
He does. I mean, we've got, again, this is where that double arc could be potentially dangerous. Okay, redirecting. 1, 2 more damage. And a structural damage is pulled by Ben. And of course, the jokes are running because I always do that. But there is still a little bit more play to go. So
if Vader can do it, the mutual tabling will be a 0-0-6-5. Which goes to the second player.
Do we know how many victory tokens are in play?
The victory tokens won't matter in the mutual tabling.
So we have, is that 1 hit?
This is a flacking here.
Flak, yep. Oh, this is okay, 1 red against, it's probably Jendon, I think. There's a hit.
So depending on how much hull Vader has, the quad laser turret counter might come in really big here if he can eliminate him.
It might.
But I think Vader has too much hull.
So we are activating the SSD here. What do we have coming up next? This is the question. James has hard at thought at how he wants to move. This could come down to an interesting level here.
Patrick Corbett in the chat brings up a great point, that because he can't block anymore, so he's got to move the SST forward 1, and the shield dial may overlap the asteroid.
Oh no.
Which would be a damage. Oh, he turns. Oh, okay.
There goes Gergeron, swings it. Probably within range 1 of the station, so if he can stay alive, he can get a victory token here. Going into the squadron phase. This might be the whole game right here.
This is it. So he's moving Vader.
So Vader being moved. Now remember, there's no shields on that side, so we get our initial bombing roll here.
He's got a brace and a contain, green.
Here's that first roll. 2 hits.
Okay.
Because again, Vader, bomber.
So you brace and contain, that's 1. To make it 20, or does he reroll?
"36 minutes left in the round. I do not think we're going to go to time."
I don't think so either.
Okay, we're doing adept on the 1. Only 1. So 1 damage into the SSD.
Not
regular hit. 1 damage. We're now at 20. So the question is, I think the game here is over. Looking at a couple other things. Game is now officially over. We will get the points for you in just a second, folks. but this was a stressful battle.
What a game. What a game.
Definitely not what we were necessarily expecting. As soon as we get some points for you, we will bring them in.
We're going to tag Garrett in here.
And we're going to go ahead, and Garrett's going to come in from off the field.
Man, I got indigestion just watching that. That was intense. Wow. That could have swung either way.
Give me
Yeah,
a
that
couple
could've swung
fleetless
it.
back. That
Could've
could have
swung
gone either way, is my guess. And
there was one last, that last move of the Argentins where he ended up in that double arc that was the doomsday move right there. It was really close. But yeah, and then with those spinal armaments, you know, he was gonna get it. So, wow. Yeah, lived on 2 health, and Vader couldn't pull through at the end. He was rolling 3 damage the entire game with Vader.
We noticed
that.
that.
One time he needed it.
We were kind of like looking at that, thinking, can Vader get that extra couple hits at the end?
Yeah, that was.
John's sweating here too. John, do we have a final score yet?
Yeah, we'll get that score here in a second.
So we will get the score in just a second.
Wow.
I
gotta tell you, I'm always skeptical about the SSD, but it made it.
They did. I am again thoroughly impressed. 2 great competitors with 2 real heavy-duty lists here, and to be fair, we came so close to the possibility of a mutual tabling in Game 1 of the last chance qualifier.
Right.
Now, I want to pose this out to chat. So if you're in chat, I would love to see your comments here. This is just the first game. 14 more to go. What are you guys at home hoping to see? And if you're actually here at AdeptiCon, go ahead and throw it in the chat also. And again, huge thank you to everyone that's watching and listening and enjoying and chatting along with us on the table or through YouTube. We've got looks like about 10 people spectating here at the end.
People clapping with cars getting pulled. Pretty exciting.
It's incredible. I tell you, structural damage once again rears its ugly head. And
if it's not structural, it's projector misaligned. So
well, it's projector misaligned. It comes at the beginning of the game,
Yep.
round 1 or 2, that first strike, and you lose all 5 shields off of the front arc or something like that. And again, I think XI7's an intel officer in this game really told the story. So this just in.
There we go. Here's our
We're
score.
getting some scores here. Also, huge shout out for John monitoring chat, to Ryan Becker.
Oh wait, that should be flipped, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got James got 460 points, and Ben got 239 points. So we got 221 point difference.
So 221, I believe that just fits into a 9-2.
That is a huge win for the SSD.
That is amazing. So
now chat's saying the SSD might not see more luck like this, but I don't know.
That totally depends on rolls. I mean, in this case, you were able to, in round 1 with Ozzel, get those long-range shots and really do some damage right up front.
With the spinal,
you get that extra die in there. We saw the NK7s come into play once. There's a card you don't see very often.
10 points. And Hand of Justice going down super early. That was unfortunate for that ISD.
Yeah.
But they burned through those defense tokens fast.
They really did. They were gone before you knew it. Krajniak came into play. Gunnery team had a lot that it did with both sides here. That Comsnet Gazanti did plenty.
It did. Kind of rammed itself to death a little bit, but.
I mean, it did, but I mean that is how this goes, right?
That's true. I don't think he used Vader. I don't remember him for rerolls. So
I don't recall Vader getting used.
I mean, leading shots really fixed his dice for him. So in Krajniak,
yes, leading shots wound up doing that in that last round. That really kind of flipped a few things there, and that allowed him to re-roll that entire bunch of blanks that he had into 2 hits, which was enough to do exactly what he needed to do.
I don't think he used quad laser turrets.
I don't think so.
He remembered to, which might have made a huge difference because he attacked that ship like 6 or 7 times. And both those squadrons at the end only had 2 or 3 health left. So had he remembered his QLTs, That would have made a big difference, a bigger win for the SSD. Yeah.
Players are sitting here letting us know.
High stress opener.
Yeah. You know, I have to, again, big shout out to both of our competitors. Thank you to both Ben and James. I know they can't hear me right now, but when they come back to rewatch this later, they'll be able to see it. So again, final score, we've got, is that 400 or 460?
460.
460 to 239, so a 9-2. I think James is a good shot here at getting higher up into LCQ. So we're going to be very curious to see who makes it onto the next table here, or onto our streaming table here for round 2. Now round 2 will start in approximately 30 minutes. We are going to take a little bit of a break here in between here so that we could go ahead, get some water, hydrate up, might switch a few things around, and get the next group of competitors.
Everything back set up, yep.
So definitely. So for about probably 15 to 20 minutes, we are going to be taking a small intermission break. So once again, on behalf of the entire Ion Radio streaming crew, that would include Garrett Vance, Ryan Becker, John Thomson, and Adrian Valerie, who is currently playing in the LCQ. I'm Ken Krajniak for Ion Radio. Thank you for tuning in. And we just realized our microphones were off, so we're going to do that again. Hello and welcome back to Ion Radio and the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship here at Adepticon. With me, as always, is John Thomson, and I'm Ken.
We will just fix that in editing, right?
Yeah.
We have done this before while filming, so it's not the first time. So I'm excited to be on the stream. Ken and I are going to kick off round 2. We had a very exciting game the first round. My heart's still going. I'm like watching the game, and I'm like, both of these players can do it. Both of these players can do it.
So it sounds like we're selecting players now, I think is what they're saying.
Yeah, so let's talk about scores real fast. And I believe there were 5 fleets that got 10-1s in the first round.
There are. So we are looking at Scott Healy. Let's make sure we got the most up-to-date information.
Yep, here we go. 4.
We've got Scott Healy, who scored 10 points. Yeah, maybe we should go. Yeah, we'll just do it. He's got a, looks like a, is that an Imperial fleet? Can't see symbology, yeah. And then Damian Jordan, who also got a 10-point. That looks to be CIS. What do we got for the other 3 10 scores?
We have Samuel, who has 10 points, and he looks like he's running GAR. We have Justin, who got 10 points, and he's running Rebels, and Colin, who is running GAR as well. So we'll probably get one of the combinations when they decide to post fleets. And we'll get like a top table for you guys right now. Our goal is to try to rotate people through and try to get as many different fleets onto the channel, especially during the last chance qualifier. And then in the last round, go to like a key pivotal moment to see who will be qualifying for day 1 of Worlds tomorrow.
That's right. So this time we will have table 1 still for our second round. And then this stream, just so that everyone watching at home does know what's going on, this stream will end. And then we're going to stop for lunch. And then when we're done there, we will reinitiate the stream when we're ready for round 3.
We're going to refresh. We just heard that a round 2 is live. It looks like we're going to be having Damon and Samuel on our table. So I do not know. It might be some Republic on Republic action. So
I think this is definitely going to be fascinating. So let's actually take a quick look. Looks like Damien has it's a CIS
We're going to do
fleet.
A classic Clone Wars battle.
We are going to do a classic Clone Wars battle. So
I'm going to go orientate our players to the round, and we'll get this going.
Very good. So as we do here, we're going to swap off over here to the objective point. John is going to leave, and Garrett will probably join me here in just a second. If it's not Garrett, it will be Ryan. And actually, it is Garrett. We're gonna let Garrett continue to be John Thomson. I'm going to be nice and change your name if you want.
I mean, I can be a John. I can be a Garrett. Whatever you need.
I think right now we're just kind of waiting to see who is sitting in the different spots. And then we'll add some player names as we move forward.
Oh, maybe they had those factions wrong.
But we are definitely double checking our players as we go.
That's an Empire fleet.
That is an Empire fleet.
Go back to the round 2 for me. We reading this wrong?
Might be. Maybe we're putting a different table.
Oh. All right, we're checking here. We're double checking to see how we're doing here. We do know Damon CIS.
Oh no, that is another Gergerod fleet.
Samuel.
It looks like.
Okay, it was just mislabeled. He is a Jerry Empire fleet.
And we will go through the fleet lists as soon as we get them in our hands.
Yep. So they've arrived at the table, and as you can see, they're beginning the setup process. So this is 2 10-1 fleets going after each other. Who was the CIS commander? Was that Dooku?
CIS commander is going to be Dooku. So actually, let's go through our fleet list here that we have. So we're going to verify players first, then we'll go through the fleet list. I think is the thing we want to do.
Absolutely.
While we're talking about this, so again, I want to take a look at what we have here for our rounds. We're looking at the sum total of, we actually wound up only having, it looks like 47 players.
40, yep.
and there was a couple 10-1s, a few 9-4s. So the top 10 players either won with a 9 or a 10. So as we were kind of saying towards the beginning of this entire tournament, yes, we are likely going to be in a position where we will need to get 9s and 10s to proceed.
To get that top 4. So now we're in a spot here. So everyone who won those 10s are going to get paired, and either they're going to tie and drop to the mid, or they're going to get another huge win. So this is going to clear out that fleet. This is going to clear out these points really fast, and we'll probably be looking at the top 20 people who have a chance after this.
Most likely, because I think at this point, unless we start getting some tablings on both ends, because if we've got a couple players with, well, even then, because if we've got some players at 20 points, the folks that got tabled in round 1, they'd be at 11. That's a real difficult mountain to climb.
That's going to be hard, especially just you have 4 rounds. There's no 5th round anymore. 4 rounds to make it. What's the chat going on here? It is not Fox for Dooku. That is Damon. We're going to get some info on the players here in just a minute, and then we'll start diving through these lists. All right, here we go. Here's our 2 players. All right, so our CIS player, Damon, his Discord handle is Xantos1159. I'm sure a lot of you recognize that. He is from Central Ohio, but born in Chicago, locally here.
Well, welcome back to Chicago to Damien.
And then for his fleet here, fun fact, I guess it used to be a Kraken fleet, but he switched to Dooku, and he's been flying this assortment of ships and upgrade cards for about 6 months. That's excellent. And then we got Sam here flying his Imperial fleet with Jerry. He does not appear to be on Discord. He is from Canada. Looks like Quebec. What do you think that
I'm
is?
going to go with Ramovsky.
Ramovsky? All right, we like it.
Apologies to all of our Canadian friends that are listening. I'm sure they're going to correct me in the chat. And, of course, as different things come up, we will pronounce them one way versus the other. Probably the most famous one is how I will say Tico. That is courtesy of the way my wife says that he needs to be pronounced.
See, I'm completely lost. That's okay, though. So this guy, he has been flying this fleet that we're going to talk about since 2017. Ken, that's commitment. Have you flown anything longer than 3 weeks? Because I haven't.
I mean, I have. My Kraken fleet, for example, I've been working on for years.
That's what. Let's see here. Oh, fun facts. Oh, his buddy is, his brother is Louis Andre. Louis Andre from the St. Laurent. Is that his full name?
Yeah,
Louis Andre.
It's Louis Andre. He's also one of the St. Laurent guys who won the provincial tournament.
Sam here won the provincial tournament in 2017.
So remember, we've got a lot of different players that have been waiting for years to get into Worlds, most of them from 2019, and then, of course, everything that happened between 2020 during the COVID period and forward. So now 2017, a long time ago, but we are in last chance qualifier here. So we are looking at cream of crop once again, trying to get a place into Worlds.
I do know Xantos is an extremely good player, and Sam is obviously a proven good player, and he's got a fleet here he knows like the back of his hand. Obviously both 10-1 players off the round 1 here. Oh man, I'm excited to get in these lists. All right, here we go. Bringing it up.
Yeah, okay, so we've got, go ahead and let's start talking about Xantos' list, which he has titled as I've been looking forward to this.
We want to transition to this so you can see that? Okay. All right, so obviously, like we said, his commander is Count Dooku. He's got a 6-point bid, all right? And of course, you know what he's got. He's got that Recusant with Patriot's Fist. He's got Rune Hako, or Hako, however you want to say that on there. Sensor Team, Reserve Hangar Deck. I'm sure he's got them Vulture droids down there. LTTs and external racks. And then for the flagship that Count Dooku's riding on, we have the Munificent Star Frigate. And he's got the Sa Nalor title on there. Wat Tambor to boost them shields back up. Medical Team for that 1 point extra. Thermal shields, of course. LTTs and Pittix. And then we have a Hard Cell Battle Refit. It's got also Reserve Hangar Deck to get back another one of those Vultures. LTTs, another Hard Cell class transport with Tykes and Slicer tools. And then 4 Vulture droids, so 6 after he pops his Reserve Hangar Decks. What do you think, Ken? What do you like about this the most?
Well, we're looking at a 6-point bid to start off. We've got Patriot Fist on the Recusant, which is kind of your normal loadout and staple to it's like putting LTTs on a Munificent. They're always there. And in this case, we have a Munificent, but it's a star frigate instead of a comms frigate with linked turbo laser towers. You've got the PDIC, so the point defense ion cannons doing their thing, so definitely protecting everything at range 1, forcing those re-rolls. With Count Dooku, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens in terms of the raid tokens that are being leveraged for Count Dooku against the Jerjerrod fleet. Rune Hackau, again, staple to a lot of CIS fleets.
Flexible token usage.
Very much so, linked on all the ships, and we got some slicer tools on that last hard cell.
I know you hardly see that outside of a Gazanti. Man, this Munificent's going to be hard to kill.
I agree with you. I think it will.
He's going to be stripping them points off those hard cells to recover those shields. Maybe we'll get to see medical team used.
Perhaps. Should we go to the next list?
Absolutely.
All right, let's get to the next list here. This next list, this is Sam's list. And Sam here has a Jerjerrod fleet at 396. So a 4-point bid, which means that Damon will get the opportunity to choose first or second player. We've got a Gazanti class cruiser with Darth Vader, the officer, and Commsnet. And actually, let's start off with the flagship. So I'm going to jump down just a little bit. The flagship is an ISD-2 with Moff Jerjerrod, Captain Nita. So now we've got the ability to jump, that token. So because Nita gives you the evade.
Yep.
Flight controllers, boosted comms, early warning system protecting one hull zone as an obstruction, linked turbo laser towers, and the point defense ion cannons. I'm going to jump to squadrons here intentionally because we have flight controllers. We're dealing with Colonel Jendon, Merrick Steele, Mauler Mythil, Saber Squadron, Tel Travura, 2 Fire Spray 31 starfighters, and a TIE Interceptor.
What a great squad ball.
I mean, that is going to be a tough one to go through. Tel's going to provide you some protection. Mauler's going to jump in to do that damage. And, of course,
Fire Spray Bombers.
Fire Spray Bombers and their Rogue.
Yep.
And then you've got Jendon and Steele doing the double tap. So back to the ships. The other one is a Raider 1 Corvette with the Iden Versio, Ordnance Experts, Reserve Hangar Deck, and external racks, and the Instigator title.
You don't see that a lot. Usually it's Corvus all the time. I mean, I got to read Instigator. I can't even tell you off the top of my head what it does anymore.
I'm going to actually have to look that one up myself because, you know what, it's been such a long time since I've seen Instigator. We're going to take a quick look at what Instigator is. And then we are going to let you guys at home know what the Instigator title is. So, Instigator. Go ahead, Garrett.
We got enemy squadrons at distance 1 are treated as if they are engaged by 2 additional squadrons. So it just eliminates grit, right? So,
right.
All right. I'll see if that gets used here on the Vultures, but I don't think it'll be too much of an impact. I do want to say I love early warning systems on these ISDs, especially against if you're flying. I don't know if it'll be as helpful here today, but like if you're flying against a MSU fleet, it really helps cut down that extra reds off the side of a CR90. But yeah, I know maybe those hard cells will help, but now they're getting set up here. Looks like we're reading objectives right now.
We are looking at objectives.
Do we know who chose first or second player yet? We're going to try and see if Ryan can figure that out for us. Who's first or second? Sam's first player. All right, so the Imperial player is first player. He's looking at Damon's objectives right now. That means Damon chose second to utilize his Dooku, I'm sure, at advantageous objectives. Yeah, Sam's first player, right? Yeah. Yep. So, all right, he's looking hard. Anyways, did we talk about the Gazanti with Vader and Commsnet? Pretty standard. But yeah, no, the chat's right. Jerry does limit how much that raids from Dooku will hurt him. It keeps it very flexible with those navs. But
Most definitely.
I'm sure he'll pick the most useful Dooku tokens now, though. With that in mind.
So we've updated up what we have here for both Damon and Samuel as player 1 and player 2. As soon as we know what the objective is going to be, we will add that to our list.
Absolutely. All right. Did they pick the objective? We're about to find out. Looks like yellow. They haven't decided. Okay,
They're still deciding. They're going back and forth thinking on what we want to do for an objective. This is probably the hardest part of the game, especially when you're dealing with a situation where you have 2 players that both have 10 points. You have 2 players that are looking to progress into round 3 in the top of the field. So you're looking at the necessity of what fleet you really, or what objectives you want to.
Yeah, he's got to think long and hard how Dooku's going to impact these objectives, because I'm sure every one of those options were a bad option to pick from.
Wouldn't doubt it. Unfortunately, we don't have the specific objectives for you. We wish we did, but as soon as we can find out, we will let you know what is chosen and what is not.
But sure. All right, we're going to tag John back in here.
John, you've returned from the field, and you are now back in the booth.
Yes, I am. So I did the quick table orientation for the players, and they are in process of deciding what they wanted to play. I haven't had a chance to look at the list, so I'm going to take a quick peek at them and do that. So it looks like we are deciding on objectives still. Like Ken was saying, this is the hardest part of the game sometimes, is as first player selecting which objective to play.
We've already eliminated, it looks like, the blue objective, still looking at the red and the yellow ones. And we don't have a great camera angle on that. We're really looking, both players are studying each other's fleets, having a good understanding of what they're looking to fight up against. And I think by far that is the most important part when choosing your objectives, because you want to know exactly, you're a second player, the objectives you have are designed specifically for your fleet, and they're designed to take full advantage of the opportunities you could afford. So in this case, as player 1, you've got to sit down, really consider, where am I in terms of what is going to be the least destructive part to my game?
Yeah. So I quickly was looking at the list, and Dooku in rating is something that you have to always take into consideration, because while it's just a hassle for most times, it can be a hassle at a very particular time that will keep you from being able to do what you want. So if you look at Sam's fleet, he very much so is a squadron-based fleet, and he wants to be able to push his squadrons. And I'm guessing that Damon will be using raid on squadrons to try to block as much squadron activation as he can. And his fleet has this bumper of 4 vultures and then a lot of rapid or reserve hangar base, so we can bring those vultures back to be a nuisance later on.
No, I'm going to definitely agree. And those 4 vultures, they're not going to be, they're speed bump, effectively. I'm really interested to see how this plays out. I think deployment's going to say a lot about how the game's going to shape up. We got our fleet list being exchanged here. Again, really taking a look at both objective cards.
Yeah. The CIS fleet is very tanky. That Munificent will take a lot of damage throughout this game, and if you can get that hard sell with Teaks in range, that will really slow down what you can do, especially facing the Dooku fleet, because then he can just completely block out commands for you.
No, that's very true. Now looking again at Sam's fleet, you know, because I'm looking at what you have. You were mentioning squadrons and how it really is built around that. You see that in the flight controllers. You see it in with reserve hangar deck on the Raider. Instigator's really there to kind of hold some of the opposing squadrons down. That might be able to help out, especially with the vultures they get it placed in, right?
We have Derek over here giving instructions to our players about lunch in round 3 and when they come back. Next round starts at 2:45.
So update for our stream, round 3, which will happen at the conclusion or at the beginning of our next stream, will start at 2:45.
Yeah.
So there will be a little bit of a lunch break. We are currently just before noon here local time in Chicago. Well, Schaumburg, but we're close enough to Chicago.
Close enough we're going to count it as the major city. So Ken and I are both Chicagoland natives, so this is kind of like home field for us, if you would. So we trekked all of our stuff up here yesterday to set up, and it appears that the red objective has been selected, and we're going to be playing Ion Storm. So we're going to take a look at what Ion Storm is. Okay, so Ion Storm has some setup rules in it. The second player places all obstacles, excluding the station, beyond distance 5 of both players' edges. So this gives a lot of control to the second player in how the game's going to function. When a ship that does not have an objective token ends its movement beyond distance 2 of any obstacles or beyond distance 1, if that ship belongs to the first player, assign 1 objective token to that ship. When a ship resolves an engineering command, it may discard its objective token. So what that says, I'm going to just summarize it real fast because it's a lot
There's
of words.
a lot of text.
If you land away from an obstacle, you're going to gain a token, and that will allow your opponent to score points. You have to spend an engineering to get rid of it, which when you have Dooku and you have raiding, that very much so limits your ability to get rid of those tokens. And then the special scoring effect is each ship has the following special critical effect. Critical: if the defender has an objective token, the attacking ship's owner gains 1 victory token. Then choose and discard 1 command token from the defender. If the defender does not have any command tokens, the defending hull zone loses 1 shield. This is very strong with Dooku, because Dooku will keep you from doing your dials, and then this objective can keep you from gaining tokens to clear that raid, so then you will just never be able to do those dials.
Right. So we are now moving into deployment. We're seeing the Gazantes come out first. And again, we're going back and forth quite a bit here, making sure that everyone understands what the individual parts of everyone's fleet really are. Because there's, again, a lot at stake in this game.
Yes. So both these players are sitting at 10 points after round 1. And this puts them in a very good position moving on to round 3.
So we've got a lot of fun action here. Again, we're just being very cautious, double checking what the opposing fleets are here. Judges stopping by, saying hello, waving. And again, we've got a whole cadre of individuals starting to peek in at the action here on the top table for Star Wars Armada. If you are here at AdeptiCon, please stop on by, say hello. We will ask that if you do so, that you swing by, wait till we're in between streams before you stop by, say hello, because, you know, as much as we would love to talk to you all day long, we don't have that option. We are trying to make sure that we comment and make sure everyone that is watching the stream at home has that ability.
That is correct. It looks like we have our first CIS ship down, and then I imagine we're going to be going back and forth with fighter deployment.
I suspect we will, and we've got a lot of fighters to put out. So we've got the 4 vultures on one side, so there's 2 deployments on the CIS side, and then 2, 4, 6, 8. So 4 deployments and squadrons on the Imperial side. And yep, John, you're right. But this is normally how you're going to play out any major game of Armada. You get your flotilla or your small ship, then you start placing down your squadrons.
Yes, it gives you the ability to put down your major pieces so they can have the most impact. And I believe Damon probably has the vultures not only to be a small speed bump for major squadron fleets, but he also has them there to act as a deployment, because they're very cheap. They're only 7 points. So for the grand total of
they're 8 points.
They're 8 points.
Yeah.
That's Z95s.
Yeah.
So for a grand total of 32 points, that's 2 activations that he can place out for very cheap.
That is very cheap, and he's got a total of 6 activations for right 4 and 2. Yeah, so 6 activations. Now when you get to Sam's fleet, he's got 3 plus his 4, so 7. So just a slight advantage in terms of overall deployments. But again, when you take a look at the squadrons have much more freedom of movement. So you are going to kind of force your opponent to have to put 1 or 2 ships down before you have to commit to an overall plan of attack for the game.
Yeah, so that means we should be able to see Sam placing down his Star Destroyer wherever he chooses to have it on the board.
I'd agree.
But he might also go with Instigator to try to wipe out those vultures as soon as possible as well.
And then here comes the next hard sell. And it looks like we still have at least we have 1 more squadron deployment on the CIS side. So it's worth mentioning right now, as you're looking, bottom of the screen is going to be Damien. The top will be Samuel. And then we will swap this back and forth depending on what camera view that we've got.
I have a feeling this game is going to be very different from our last game.
Our last game was interesting.
Our last game, both players came, and it was just a sludge fest.
They were ready to fight. Gloves were off when they got to the table.
Yes. Talking with James, he says, usually the game's over by turn 3. It's either I've already lost or I table the other opponent. It's like one or the other. So I feel that this game in particular is going to be very strategic.
I'm going to agree with you there. When you look at the composition of the fleets, they're not necessarily designed to murder your opponent. They're there to kind of cut, in some cases pretty heavy. That ISD always has a lot of strength, especially out its front arc. Speaking of, there it comes down. So, John, I think you're right. That Raider's going to be held in reserve to be the final one and maybe make an attack against those vultures, which frees up the rest of these squadrons to really do damage to one of the ships.
Yes. Also to point out, the Recusant with Patriot's Fist, I believe it has, is very good at destroying small base ships.
Yes.
And Sam's probably holding it in reserve so that he can put it where he needs it, so then Patriot Fist doesn't just come across the board and immediately whacks it. He has that deployment advantage, so he can use that.
And again, reminder on Patriot Fist, that is where you pretty much sacrifice your second shot to roll a whole slew full of dice at range. Again, we got our thinking, and we have really trying to decide, where does Patriot Fist go?
Yeah.
The level of strategy happening here in deployment, I think I mentioned this earlier, is again, we're looking at this is going to be where the game is not necessarily going to get decided, but the pace of the game will get decided here.
That is correct. Damon has a lot of decisions here, because Patriot Fist is good at shooting at range, and it actually can scrap in a brawl for like 1 or 2 turns. So he would prefer to be out on a flank. So he has to decide where to position it compared to that ISD, and then where that raider's going to go.
And again, we are playing Ion Storm.
What I'm curious about, we'll probably have our runner this round, Ryan, take a peek at what the Dooku
Raid tokens are?
raid tokens are. Because Dooku gets declared when he gets deployed, I believe, or is he one of those effects that can be done during the first round? It's been a while since I played Dooku, so.
So with Dooku, we are being specific. So let me talk about Dooku's card. Count Dooku. You choose your 2 different types of command tokens. You get 3, and it happens at the start of each ship phase. So,
well, choosing what the tokens are
tokens
is when you deploy.
Correct. That'll happen right at deployment. So that has already been chosen.
Yes. Because depending on what those tokens are, may very much set the pace for this game.
I'm going to probably go under an assumption that we're going to have 1 or 2 squadron.
Well, with the objective requiring you to have engineering,
equally true.
You might have engineering. So I think we're going to have maybe 1 squadron, 2 engineering. That's my gut response, but we will find out.
I'm curious to see what the folks in chat think. So why don't you guys in chat make sure you put out what you think.
We will find out in a moment, but put in your yeses.
And again, thank you very much for joining in, watching the stream here on YouTube.
Everything so far on the board is going speed 2.
And we really appreciate everyone coming to join on YouTube, joining us in the chat. Garrett is manning the chat right now. And Ryan is watching the table. Not a lot going on right now. And we are now moving into setting dials and looking at the beginning of the game.
Okay, so we have confirmation of what they were. There are 2 squadron and 1 nav for raiding.
So we got the squadron part right.
So we've done our customary handshake to begin the match, and it's the first opportunity for Dooku to declare what he's doing, and he has chosen to declare his navigate. So that now is off, and navigational raids go out to everyone. I realized that I didn't pack any raid tokens for the stream. I have them available, but they're back in my hotel room, so we might have to...
During lunch, we're going to go back to the hotel room, grab a whole bunch of extra tokens and everything else.
It's one of those things when you're not playing the fleets. You don't necessarily know what all the tokens that you could potentially have.
I'll comment on that just so that the folks at home know what we're talking about. There's that handshake. One of the things that we make sure that we do on streams, we want to make sure that all the players have tokens, approved range rulers, and everything else here for their games on stream at AdeptiCon. And one of the things we wanted to make sure is that we provided and have everything that people needed to be able to play with everything that's official and everything else. Anyways, we are looking, raids have been put down. The Gazanti's taking a look at what's happening. Comsnet, I believe. Probably going to overlap some squadrons here.
Yeah. I think it's going to be very interesting to see when the engagement takes place and how those raid tokens are going to take
Looks
effect.
like we jumped to speed 3 with that Gazanti. And I think we used some Gergeron to increase the maneuver there. Squad token was passed.
Yes. So that gives the ISD now the ability when that squadron raid goes out, if it still has that token, because this objective may change that.
Yes.
That the ISD can command the squadrons.
And I'm going to suspect if that's going to happen, it might be turn 2 or 3, depending on how we have everything set up and situated. So one of the art cells here, we're moving around, hoping to get around that debris field. Reminder for all the new players that we have, all the different obstacles are going to do something different. So debris field will force you to suffer 2 damage. Now that can be done, it'll hit shields. Asteroids will be 1 face-up damage card, and the station allows you to heal damage.
Okay, so the hard cell that was just moved is the Slicer hard cell, which makes sense because the Slicer hard cell can have such a big impact. That's why it was the second hard cell that was placed. And that's why we see Sam's fleet all the way on the other side trying to limit how much Slicer tool can have an effect.
And Slicer tools can be really devastating to your plans, especially if you can get it off at the right time, critical moment. You get it right at the beginning of one of the turns. Talk about disruption.
Yes. For those of you that don't know, Slicer tools, did you guys talk about this already when I was doing orientation?
We were going over the fleet. I didn't get a chance to get in depth, and we're starting pretty quickly, so I didn't really touch base on it. So John, I will let you talk about Slicer tools.
So Slicer tools is a fleet support card, and this card begins the game exhausted, so you have to spend an engineering token off of your ship during the status phase to ready it, so it can't be used turn 1. And after you execute a maneuver, you may exhaust this card to choose an enemy ship at distance 1 to 3. You may choose a new command on the top of that command dial.
So it looks like we're activating Munificent here. Back to you, John.
So with that, if you can get that close to a carrier ship, such as the ISD, you can just change the dial completely. So you can have them rated, which can help block them, or you can just completely change out the dial.
The top dial, I believe it is? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There we go. We're skillfully avoiding that debris field. John, that looks like we've got maybe a range ruler's width. Actually, probably a little bit more from this distance. We are covering the full 3x6 board. I think we're missing about an inch on one of the edges, but for the most part, you've got the entirety of the board here so that you can see all the action going on. Here comes the Raider, making a speed 2, I believe.
Yes.
Movement forward.
Report from our field reporter. Raider took a nav and cleared the nav raid. So nav raids are being cleared off all the ships so that those navs now are gone, because small ships really, really like to navigate because they are weak against big arc ships. And being able to have that maneuverability, extra clicks, and speed change can be life or death for a small ship.
No, I'm going to definitely agree here. You're taking a look very carefully at ranges here. I think a lot of this is going to be dependent here on how we want to approach the attack on the ISD. And we want to, again, Patriot Fist, you want to stick out at long range. And I think that's critical to being able to get everything working. So again, I think Damon really making sure he puts himself positionally in the right location for his next, probably not turn 2, but maybe turn 3. It really depends on what the ISD does.
Yep. This range is very, very important because this is an ISD2. And this personally is my favorite variant of the ISD. It used to be a Kuat back in the day when before the 1.5 changes, but I feel that the ISD2 is the best all-rounder for the ISD. It's deadly at every range, so staying out of that next attack and then allowing the Star Destroyer to come into range of Patriot's Fist's second player, I think will be very important for Damon's plan here.
I'm going to agree with you here. So like we were saying, this is much different from the first game. This is taking a lot more thought and precision in each activation. Again, John, you mentioned this. This is going to be a strategic level game. So actually it's fun to watch the differences in each match, especially when you're looking at top tier players understanding their fleets, what their opponent can do. We've got a movement with our non-slicer tool hard sell. Looks like we might have overlapped a squadron.
Yeah. And that's one of the great things about Armada as a game, is that there's a lot of viable play strategies.
There really are. And in most cases, you have any one fleet can go up against almost any other one fleet and have a decent chance of winning the game. There are going to undoubtedly be matches where you have one fleet versus another where clearly the fleets are just, one is at a significant disadvantage because of build, the commander pairings, or whatever it is. But so far we've seen two matches where we've got good matchups that are going to provide for an interesting fight. Again, the precision on the squadrons.
Yep. Looks like we're doing squadron phase, so we're coming close to the end of round 1.
Yep. Getting some new reports.
Yep. So all the Imperial ships right now have objective tokens for that Ion Storm, which is something that we think that it's going to be very important in the following rounds of this game. None of the CIS ships have objective tokens, but that's kind of one of the advantages of being the second player and being able to deploy all the obstacles where you want them.
Right, and now you're in a position again where you've got that opportunity to add an extra critical effect. And that, again, this is part of the game. So this is, I think, why we are seeing all this distance measuring, why we are seeing the very cautious play. We're not seeing the Speed 3 run into the opposing fleet. Yeah. So this is going to be a different kind of game to watch, and definitely going to provide an alternative way for people to look at how Armada is played. And again, that's one of the things we were hoping for here on Ion Radio, that at AdeptiCon we are going to see several different styles of play, that we're going to see how different players react to different situations, and I think we're seeing that. And we're only in the first day of 4.
Yes. This positioning is very, very important for the next round. I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing squadrons being activated and engaging and trying to move into attack. Sam's fleet should have enough firepower to try to take out the 4 vultures very quickly, but that cost him almost a whole round. And his squadrons, the point of squadrons a lot of times is killing other squadrons and then also being able to bomb and attack ships. So he needs to be able to clear out those vultures very quickly, so then he can move on to the ships to do as much damage as possible.
Especially with the combination of Jendon and Merrick. That's a lot of potential damage you can have moving into a bombing run. And I believe we are now done with turn 1, and we are starting to set dials for round 2. So no shots really fired yet, but we weren't expecting that to happen either. Now the real question is do we see Dooku push off one of the other squadron dials?
That is true. There's a lot of choices here. And that's one of the exciting things about this, is if he issues out squadron raids and then the ISD has to spend the squadron token to clear that raid, it sets him up for not being able to maybe do it the next turn. So denying your opponent 1 turn of activating their squadrons could be the difference between winning or losing the game.
No, and that's, I think, again, we're looking at what can we do with the hand that's being dealt. And again, I think right now, I don't think we have an advantage either way just yet. I think this turn is going to probably be critical, though, for the game, like you said. And as you mentioned, we've got critical deployments or movements for squadrons, clearly staying within certain ranges of ships, so that we can push them out. Go ahead, John.
It appears that Dooku is issuing out squadron raids on this round.
And that is kind of what we were expecting. Here it is. So now that is going to create potentially a problem, but we know that a squadron dial was already moved over to the ISD. So if we do have a squadron, the way that raid works, you can take, in this case, let's say you have a squadron raid, which in the ISD has. You can use the squadron token to get rid of the squadron raid and still use the dial. The alternative for any squadron, if you have one or more, you can discard your dial, not gain the command ability, and then get rid of all the raid. So we're set up for a good opportunity here in round 2. When we move into round 3, if we get another Dooku squadron raid, we're not going to be doing squadron commands.
Yeah. Unless the Gazanti is able to pass the ISD
another squadron token.
And Sam is able to avoid his token being discarded with the Ion Storm.
No, I totally agree with you there.
Yeah. I know you were mentioning it. When you have raid tokens, you only can clear one raid token if you use a token. So if you have, let's just pretend, if you have all 4 raid tokens and somehow you have all 4 raid or normal tokens, you only can use one token to get rid of a raid token. But if you discard the dial, you're able to clear all 3 raids. It appears we are getting an ISD activation, revealing squadron spending that token to clear the raid off, allowing it to activate its lethal squad.
No, we definitely called that one. Now, are we going to go after the vultures? Probably. Here's our jump. We're going to go ahead and make sure we've got that up and ready to go for potential attacking here. So I think we're going to get some hits and rolls here pretty soon.
Having done a lot of cheap screens in our play on the channel, it looks like Damien positioned his squadrons very, very well for where Sam's squadrons were to jump across to try to attack him. They're spaced out very efficiently to block off as much space as possible.
And really, so here's our first attack. Looks like we've got 2 hits, 2 crits, and an accuracy. It's against the vulture. It's only going to be 2. That's bringing it down to 1.
I believe that was his Saber squadron, because that looks like pretty far for distance 1.
We're looking at a snipe. Yep.
Because if he's able to take out that 1 squadron, he might be able to get his heavier hitting squadrons against ships to jump over and attack Patriot's Fist.
Bringing in our next squadron here.
It appears to be Tell, who is one of the strongest.
And there's 2, so that's going to definitely clear out 1 vulture. So 8 points already scored. But reserve hangar deck will get used, bringing it back with 2 hull, so no points scored. So still a 0-0 game.
The squadron is activated,
yes,
but it's actually done its purpose. And he now gets to position it distance 1 from his Recusant, so he actually almost increased the cover range of how that vulture is doing it. This is very good use of the reserved hangars.
So next shot, again, 2 more hits, re-rolling the accuracy, because that's not going to help out. We get 3 hits. There goes another eliminated vulture.
Yep, and that attack was Jendon. Jendon
double
is
tapping.
His ability, instead of attacking, he can allow a squadron at distance 1 to 2 of himself to make an attack. And that allows Saber Squadron, who has Snipe, to be able to shoot farther than normal. It avoids counter, and it's very strong for clearing out the defenders.
I believe that uses both of the reserve hangar decks that we have on the Separatist side. You know, one of the interesting thing about bringing a reserve hangar deck, it's almost like you're bringing another 2 squadrons.
It is.
So it's a legal way to get a fleet beyond 400 points. so here we are looking at a fleet that is effectively 406 points.
Especially because Damon squadrons are just a speed bump. And being able to bring 2 back, most of the time they'll be destroyed in 1 attack.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter if they're 3 health or 2 health. They're doing their job to keep Sam's squadrons off of his ships.
And he's managed to effectively do that so far. So here we are going to make another attack here. So this is the 1 TIE interceptor that Sam has in his fleet going after one of the vultures that has already taken the reserve hangar. Again, watching all the thought process and strategy, how they're making sure things are measured appropriately. We're getting to some fine detail work here. And I think we're also looking at the potential for flak from the Patriot Fist.
I personally think Patriot Fist is going to hold off moving forward until the ISD activates, so then he can get his dice on the ISD, or the Juicy Raider, if he's able to attack the Raider at long range.
So it looked like 2 hits. There goes that vulture.
So that's actually cleared what I'm going to refer to as the airspace on that side of the board, because the other squadrons that have not activated this turn are pretty far away.
They are. That was a full-fledged. So I think right now we're trying to determine if we have a long-range shot. I don't think they do. Nope. So we are going to move the ISD here.
And positioning of this ISD could be very important for how the game plays out. With where ranges are, with CIS being primarily a red long-range dice faction, there is a lot of measuring that we'll probably be seeing here in how this ISD positions.
And we equally want to look at where that Munificent is, because, and this is one of the fun moves you can do with the ISD, is the double click on the first yaw joint and the single on the second, and still make that incredible maneuver. So I think we've got long-range attacks from the 1 hard cell, definitely Patriot Fist. The question is can we get it? No, we don't have it from the Munificent, but we're so very close to it.
Yes.
Because that would be a nasty double arc shot off the Munificent.
Yeah, he did. Sam maneuvered very, very well to avoid that double arc from the Munificent.
So we know we're going to see some shots here at some point. But again, it's going to depend clearly on where we are at. Although it does look like he would have avoided the double arc anyways, but still, impressive flying, impressive flying. I think we would have just gone straight double arc shot long range. And still a real wide front arc on the ISD.
Yeah, it appears right now Damien is measuring ranges for potentially flacking the squadrons. The Munificent has long range red dice, and I believe the fleet has linked turbo laser towers, which will allow him to add dice into that attack. So he might potentially attack squadrons and try to eliminate them at long range.
And looking at what we're doing here with squadrons, what can we get to, how can we attack?
I believe Damien's trying to measure to see if he can throw the vultures into the backfield and pin the rest of Sam's squadrons down.
So
Yep.
Munificent definitely did the squadron. We're going to see what kind of attacks we might do here.
And this is like a very good example of how to use reserve hanger deck.
There's 2 hits right there.
Reserve hanger decks in vultures, because you can just bother your opponent. I mean,
for lack of a better term, that's a good way to put it, John.
Like, they're not much in Hall. They barely do anything, but they're just annoying, and it can just stall out a squadron player's
and one hit, we get
focus.
the swarm. No, just one hit.
But that's now 3 damage on a fire spray.
Yeah, and that's about halfway to fire sprays are 6, right?
They are.
Yes. So still 3 damage on a fire spray. Fire sprays have rogue. You're locking down your squadrons, so you're forced. They're effectively, there's a roll of 1 and 3.
That's the LCT that I was just mentioning
Yes.
before.
And there goes a fire spray. And that's a whole 18 points, I believe.
That is 18 points. And how long of range that was to be able to do that at long range, because Sam thought his fighters were far enough back.
Yes.
And he was able to reach out with 2 vultures.
Mm-hmm.
And then the LTT to eliminate a squadron that's very good at attacking ships. So Damien's playing the long game here. If he can take away some of the bombing power and anti-ship power for Sam, he will have an advantage in the end, because those squads do a lot of work.
So I think we're looking here at our side shot against the Gazanti. I believe that's just going to go ahead and they're going to scatter that one away,
Well,
maybe.
there is an accuracy. Let's switch over to full screen. Yes.
Oh, that is an accuracy. It looked like a crit. I think we're trading this in for a token. And getting rid of a command token, although I don't think that there's any command tokens on the Gazanti. But nonetheless, still 15 points. So 1 damage went into. Now we get the movement here on Munificent, trying to make our way around this debris field. And I think we want to start putting these ships now into range of the ISD.
That is correct, especially because they'll be able to come in on a flank on the side. Something important to note about Ion Storm, some objectives allow you to shoot and interact with other ships' objective tokens. This one leaves it on the ship.
Yes.
Sometimes it spends the token off the ship, but now that token remains there for Damien, in this case, to keep shooting at a ship, to keep gaining victory tokens.
And it's all about getting the victory tokens, and the only way you're getting rid of it is spending those engineering commands. So you have to really consider that. So part of the game here is, do you figure, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and accept the fact that I might get a hit or two using, with the special crit and Ion Storm, but it's worth it, especially in this case, to run squadrons.
It appears that the Gazanti is going to be doing a navigate.
It looks like they're going to.
Yeah.
Special shout out. Thank you, James. We appreciate the support in chat. Shout out to you. And definitely thank you very much. You've sent us some fun messages through Discord. We're definitely enjoying everyone. Hopefully your family is also watching.
We would like to thank everyone that is tuning in on YouTube right now and watching us in the chat. If you have any questions or comments, go ahead and throw them in. Right now,
We're
Ken
just
and
flagging
myself
squadrons
are manning the discussion while Garrett is watching chat. So he is over there. He can respond, and he can also give us questions. Our fourth team member, Ryan, is currently closer to the table. We're spaced out enough that the players actually can't hear us, especially over all the background noise that's at this convention right now. Between all of the games and the selling hall, we probably have a few thousand people here today, so the background noise level keeps us from hearing what the players are saying and the players from hearing what we're saying. So we have Ryan in between kind of relaying important information back and forth.
And we're also going to make a point here as well, that right now, taking a look at the Armada crowds, we probably have about 100 to 130 Armada players in the hall right now. Not all of them are playing. A lot of them are watching, seeing what's happening, what's going on. But nonetheless, there is a lot of action happening with the Armada. We've got another hit here. I think that was off the Gazanti. So let's see how we go here. We're just taking damage, maybe. We're re-rolling off here. What do we have here, John?
This
that looks like
appears to be a salvo back at the Gazanti.
Yep. Yep. Taking the shield damage off the Munificent from the side, and same thing with the Gazanti.
It's one of the risk rewards that the Gazantis themselves have. When you attack a ship, you're only attacking with 1 dice, so you won't have enough dice to like block an important defense token, and they can add some ship damage, but you are very vulnerable to getting hit with a salvo attack. And with only having 2 defense tokens, if you're taking multiple attacks from salvo, your defense tokens are going to be depleted very quickly, and you don't have very many defense tokens to keep you alive.
Just maneuvering, getting ourselves right behind the ISD with the Gazanti, keeping it alive, making sure that we're not taking any excess damage. We already have the 1 on it. Believe we're activating the slicer tool hard cell, maybe? Yes. Believe it's a nav. Now we're taking a look at what we've got possibility-wise. Showing a nav with Teaks.
Yeah.
Nothing really in range, so we're just going to go straight to movement. Again, in the case of this with the hard cell and you have your slicer tool, is this the slicer tool one with Teaks?
Yes, it is.
So you're really positioning this to be able to take full advantage in the next turn.
This is going to be a very close maneuver if we land on this obstacle. It appears that he just cleared it.
Yep, just made it in there. And then the question if he's within range 1 to 3 of the ISD.
We're going to see if that comes out at this time. Very, very
Nope,
close.
Close, very close.
It appears that we will be able to get a slice in on the next turn. One advantage of being a command 1 ship like the Gazanti is that if you've already activated this round, slicer tools can't affect you.
It won't do
because
anything.
You have no top dial because you've already used your dial.
The other thing of note with slicer tools will exhaust at the end of the turn. So if you are going to use it, you want to make sure you can refresh it, needing an engineering, or I guess it's called a repair token, to be able to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, that's one of the. This is actually one of my favorite versions of the fleet to run slicer tools. Is a hard sell with the officer Teaks. And what Teaks allows you to do is you can set a token on Teaks based on whatever your dial is, correct?
Right.
And then you gain a token of your choice. So with Teaks, you can be navigating and gaining a token that you can ready slicer tool. So you can maneuver yourself into a good position and then also have an additional way to gain a token. So you can ready slicer tools and navigate and get into your position each turn very efficiently.
Now, Sam's really considering the movement here on his Raider, making sure that what he does keeps him out of range of Patriot Fist, or at least putting him in a position where he can do something for the next turn. So So it looks like he's going to do a range measurement. Are we out of long range? I think we just got into it. So he came close, but not quite.
No. I believe Damien has all the ships that are left to
Activate.
and the hard cell has a confire to its attack.
So it looks like we're activating the other hard cell here. Still only in round 2. A lot more Armada to go. I think this game might go the distance and hit all 6 rounds or potentially go into time. So here's the dice roll here. That is a crit at the bottom, so 4 total hits.
And this is just the hard sell against the
Correct.
ISD. And because the ISD, I believe, has a objective token, Damien can score possibly
Another
a
victory token
off of this and cancel out any tokens that are on the ship, or it does that extra shield damage.
So we did get another objective token, so there's another 15 points. And we're taking the damage. Looks like shields here on the ISD. Now we're looking at that movement from the hard cell. Again, strategic placement here is critical to the effective play here. Turning around, we're starting to get all our ships. I think round 3 is going to be a lot of dice rolled.
Yes, it is, especially because Patriot Fist has yet to activate, and Patriot Fist, if you look at where it can move, it's probably going to be able to box in that ISD.
Keep it where it's at, and then you're just going to have repetitive firepower, probably for all of turn 3.
You can see how both these players have thought out their movement to maximize their ranges, because they both have done actually a very good job of countering back and forth in their movement. Looks like we're checking line of sight to the side of that ISD because that's where it's already been hit.
I think one of the interesting thing that we don't always see so much in games of Armada is situations where we actually get to see high-level strategic play and see it in such a way where you have 2 people that clearly know their fleets remarkably well. They know exactly what they can do, and they're very well aware of what their opponent is capable of doing. And when taking a look at understanding how best to move, update where they're going, effectively work against raid with Dooku, we're looking at some pretty good intelligence in terms of how we're going. Here's our shot.
Patriot ships.
So this is Patriot Fist. With two accuracies and 5 hits with a crit.
And that's a lot of damage to block stuff on the ISD.
It really is. I'm pretty sure one of those will probably be a brace. Evade and brace. So there's the Nita. Going back to how we're looking at movement here.
We'll get a different camera angle for this.
There's our hits.
So I think it's going to be very interesting to see where this Recusant Patriot Fist ends up. What you were saying about high-level play,
yes,
is one of the things that we do on the channel. Is I like to describe it as a variety show. And we try to bring as many different fleets as we can to the channel when we're playing.
And we want to be entertaining.
Correct. So a lot of times we aren't playing what you would describe as the most competitive fleets. We just build fleets that we think are fun when we're playing them against each other. And for the most part, we play a fleet once, except
Correct.
whenever you play Kraken, because you always play Kraken.
I think I've got Kraken on the channel maybe 3 or 4 times. So, but I'm going to switch. I'm going to go back to Moff Tarkin, I think, for future battles, John.
So for a lot of things, when we're playing, we haven't played it as many times as both of these players. For example, Sam says that he's been playing a variation of this fleet since around 2017.
And that's a long time to be playing a fleet.
And then Damien has been playing this iteration for roughly 6 months.
Still, you're looking at a lot of gameplay you can do. Even in a month, you can probably get a good solid 10 games with the fleet done if you play weekly and get 2 or 3 games in. And if you're really practicing for a tournament, you're probably going to your favorite local game store and really gaining as much as you can in terms of experience against different fleet types. And if you got friends that are willing to play high level with you, you can. And I'm going to point out that in, I believe, Sam's case, his brother Louis Andre is one of the bigger, well-known Armada players, and he's going to get a lot of practice with his brother at home. You know, so I mean, that's an easy win for it. Like, for example, John, if you and I wanted to get practice on tournament fleets, we could easily do it. We see each other often enough.
Yeah.
But that would be to the detriment of all of our fans because you wouldn't get regular content. So we don't do that.
Well, we actually used to do that back in the day before the channel started.
We did.
Ken threw a lot of fleets at me because at the time I was playing competitively in Do or Not. So I would ask Ken to play a fleet, and then I would try to crash into it. I believe the first time you were able to get your Super Star Destroyer out was when I asked if I could see if I could kill it with my Radis fleet. And you're like, I'm not going to bring what you ask anymore because you're the first time I pulled the brand new giant ship out, you're just trying to destroy it.
Yeah, it was fun. I think our record, John, in terms of how many games we've played quickly, did we overlap an asteroid? We did. So our crit is
Injured crew.
injured crew. That's a common one that comes up.
So he has to get rid of a defense token, which we're at a critical moment.
That's going to be important.
So my guess is he'll probably toss his salvo.
Yep, there
It's
goes the
really
salvo.
important for his fleet plans for this ship to stay alive, to maximize the amount of points that he can score to potentially do well in the next round.
Yep.
So tossing the salvo doesn't hurt his survivability.
No.
SD2 with fighters possibly being pulled in.
Stand by. We are. It froze. Stop.
Yeah. Put in. Okay. So hopefully we have you guys back. We had some technical issues, so we had a frozen screen. So we hopefully have resolved those issues. Ken's going around and doing a quick equipment check, and then we'll update you guys on what took place in this. With the delay, it's going to be a minute or two, but we will be back up and running.
And we are back.
So a question from chat is what differentiates like the level of play in Armada, and a lot of it has to do with, I believe, the basic understanding of the game and how you can maximize playing your fleet, and that a lot of that comes into fleet building before. Like, there's so many different aspects of it, but when you're at the high level play, a lot of it has to do with repetition of playing your fleet against other fleets, so you know what type of matchup is good against you and what type of matchup you're weak against, which changes how you play against it. Back in the day, this was pre-pandemic and before that's when I was just starting to get into tournament play. Sometimes my opponent and I would just go through turn one. We would deploy and set up and do just deployment and then turn one, because a lot of times you can see how the game's going to play out at that point, so then you can reset. And we would just play quickly, just resetting deployment and playing the first round or two to get practice in that aspect. So I think lots of games, playing lots of different fleets and playing against lots of different fleets helps determine that. That I don't know. Yeah, so Squadron Raid went out at the start of turn 3, and we had the ISD discarding its dial to clear the raid. So measurements now going out to determine what the ISD can
It looks like we're flacking squadrons here.
attack. Looks like the ISD is flacking squadrons to try to take them out. And this comes back to, we're now on turn 3, and the vultures are still there being a nuisance.
Completely agree. There we go. Now here's our mainline shot. Quite a few hits there.
Against the front of the ISD.
2, 4, 6, 7 hits. A couple crits in there as well. Damon's done a really good job of making sure that he is in a position to not being getting those objective tokens to force the points. Second shot. Actually, this is a Vader reroll. Yeah. So Vader is choked out. I think it's Nita. Nita's been choked out. We've got a little bit different roll. We got 2 accuracies.
I believe he has gotten accuracies to block and punch some damage.
Definitely.
Through.
So 2, 4, 6 damage with crits. We are accuracying a bunch of tokens.
Yeah.
No, brace and redirect have been blocked.
So we'll probably see a reroll.
There's the PDIC, removing 1 damage, now becoming an accuracy.
Yep. So that was the evade. So 1 less.
Crit came in.
Point defense was
Point defense
the critical,
failure.
which may come into play because the squadrons will still be on the field, and my guess is they're going to be going after that Patriot's Fist to try to
I
take
think
it
they
out.
will be. 2 hull left on Patriot Fist. 3 damage done on Patriot Fist.
That was a pretty good attack on Patriot's Fist there.
Oh, well, like we were expecting, round 3 was going to be when we start seeing some damage, and I think we're going to see a little bit more Squadron play. We've already seen PF come into play. Again, apologies for the slight disruption there that we had a moment ago. We seem to be back up and running without issues.
Yep. It appears he's going to be doing one of my favorite maneuvers, which
ramming.
is ramming and then overlapping your maneuver tool to put you into a better position, which you normally would have no way to do this maneuver.
John, I remember back in the days before 1.5, one of your favorite thing to do was the double ram and be able to put yourself with engine techs and get that extra hit. Something you cannot do any longer.
Yep. This maneuver is going to be very close. I'm curious to see if it appears that he's trying to not ram it and set himself up for the next round.
This is going to be interesting to see how close we really get. I have a suspicion minimally shield dials might get overlapped. How close really is that? It makes the landing. And
might be double arc.
We might have a double arc. That is so incredibly close. Can't tell from our vantage point. We'll see if the players can make a decision or if we need to get a judge involved. Definitely the ISD does not have a shot at the front, only on the side.
That is correct.
Double. And we've got confirmation from the players that it's a double arc from Patriot Fist into the front of that ISD. That could be problematic.
Yeah. But the Recusen has such a very strange arc formation.
That front, that it does.
And as you can see it on the screen here, how the front is so very, very wide and close to the front of the ship compared to, if you can see the ISD, and most other ships, like the ISD is more of a conventional way the arcs are, but the Recucent is a unique ship in the game for how its arcs are defined.
And definitely that front one. I mean, with like almost a 170-degree opening on the front versus like your normal 125.
Yep, it looks like we're going to have a front shot from the Recucent into the front of the ISD, and the Recucent has a con fire, so it will be interesting to see when that comes into play.
2 crits, 2 hits. There's external racks, I believe. We've got 2 blanks here and an accuracy. And there's the con fire with the red, I believe. And probably spent a token 2 to re-roll 1. No effect, though.
Yeah.
I think
that is a good call for what he did. Normally, you could just keep stacking black dice in as your con fire, but adding in a red dice with all of your red dice already showing damage, with Link Turbo Laser Towers, he's able to re-roll that while he has no means to re-roll the black dice in this fleet.
definitely look at manipulation here of dice. We got the re-roll here on the black to a double.
Yeah, so that's the point defense ion cannons on the ISD now that we're in close range.
Right.
Re-rolling it. And then the Nina re-roll, that dice really wanted to be a double.
It really did. But black dice tend to want to turn up doubles.
That ISD is going to be hurting.
It is definitely going to be hurting. And there's more fire to come.
Yeah. We're going to probably have a side shot into it as well.
That's what I'm thinking. So we already have one hit into it. Critical. Which one? Shield failure. We're going to lose a couple shields on the ISD. That is problematic.
Especially because we have, I believe, all the other CIS ships that are in range.
And have not attacked yet. So 5 damage now on the ISD. ISDs have 11, I believe it is, so 6 more to take it down. So here is the side shot. That's coming up with 2 crits, 2 blanks.
Link turbo lasers for reroll. And then he is spending that out for sensor teams to change that to an accuracy.
Accuracy, leaving 2. Preventing the brace, I believe.
That is correct.
So 2 damage going to go through. I think there is no front shield on the ISD, so we are re-rolling one of them to be a regular hit.
And that was rolled into, I believe, an accuracy.
So we now have just the 1 going in, and that is a crit, isn't it? So the crit is waiting with bated breath.
Yeah. Targeting Disruptor was the card that was the crit.
And for the folks at home, targeting disruption when attacking, you cannot resolve critical effects. So that would include the Ion Storm one as well.
That is correct.
That is not going to be a happy time for Sam.
Yeah. What's interesting here is, I'm just going to call it out because I think this is pretty smart play by Damien here, is that he chose not to resolve the red critical effect for Ion Storm. And for our viewers at home, an explanation for that is the critical effect on the ISD being the primary combat ship for Sam is more important than getting the victory points. Because right now, Damien is looking to possibly table and destroy all of his opponent's ships because the ISD and the Raider are only the ships that hold him on the table. So if he's able to kill the ISD and the Raider, he tables his opponent. And the ISD is the biggest hindrance to that. So if he kills those 2 ships straight out, the victory tokens really, for the most part, don't matter.
Now, was that a ram against the... So there was a ram here. We've got a bonk between the 2 big ships. So the ISD now has, I believe, 6 damage on it. 7 damage on the ISD. So we are getting close to that maybe going down.
It will be interesting to see how much damage the Raider can put out here. Where is that?
Now taking a look again at what we have. Here's our first attack roll. That is 3 hits. No, is that a double on the... Yes.
That is a lot of damage going in on that Recusant.
2, 4, 6, 8.
This
Wow.
Recusant is equipped with external racks and ordnance experts.
Okay, front shields on Patriot Fist are at 0. Watching what we're doing here in terms of our defense tokens, which is, again, we're at a critical moment in the game where we have to make the right decision strategically.
With fire sprays, I believe they still have a fire spray out on the board.
Yep.
If that ship, that squadron is able to make it over toward Patriot Fist at this point, it's going to be very
Vader choking out one of the other commanders.
And in this case, I believe he was hunting for that accuracy.
I think he was.
If he could accuracy the redirect or the brace on that, it would do a lot of damage to the hull. Or even blocking the evade to block the reroll of his doubles. So while the first couple of rounds were moving slowly, but like we said, they were very strategic, we're now into the important part of the game where it feels like our last one. We're just rolling dice, lots of dice, and seeing how much damage we can take.
Crew Panic was the crit that was pulled out here on Patriot Fist.
Yeah, and Patriot's Fist is sitting at 5 hull damage taken to it.
So we've only got, let's see, a Recusant usually, is that 6 or 7? 8. I'm wrong on both accounts, John.
So what's going to be very interesting for the rest of this round?
And we got a ram into the Raider.
Damien is going to be able to activate the rest of his ships.
Yep.
If the ISD is still on the table at the start of the next round, Sam is first player and will be able to jump out of there. Or he could activate the Raider first to keep the Raider alive and do more damage to the Recusant. So it will be very interesting to see what this table state will be when we end this round going into the next.
Definitely looking at what we're doing movement-wise here. Sam really thinking through his options, going around the side here. Again, we got a crowd kind of peering over, seeing exactly what's happening here on the table. Garrett, do we have anything fun in chat? In chat, we're talking about our MVP Raiders. You know, sometimes Raiders can be a lot of fun. Other times you fly them off the board. Well, I fly them off the board, John.
Mine usually explode before I can get them into range. I believe, personally, Raider might be one of the steepest learning curves for any ship in the game.
You might be right because of how you have to fly it. Sitting here watching both players, I kind of stood up for a second so I could see what they're looking at. Sam is concentrating very hard on exactly where that Raider is going to go. Damon, on the other hand, looking across the table, kind of curious to see where exactly that Raider might land. Definitely a clash of titans in this game.
Well, both these players were some of the top players after round 1.
And of the 5 people that had 10-1s in their first game, I believe it is possible for 3 of them to be at 20 points at the end of this round. Don't know if that'll actually happen, but we'll find out. It will be fascinating at the beginning of the next stream to see where things sit, relatively speaking, point-wise.
Yes. So also let's talk about the next round real fast.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the way YouTube does live streaming, we're going to be closing down this stream at the end of this game, taking the lunch break, and then when we come back we will have a new stream. We will send it out over social medias and everything like that, where we can find it, where we will be able to view the last 2 games, so round 3 and round 4 of this last chance qualifier.
And this will be our standard format for the first tomorrow and Saturday. So that'll be day 1 and day 2 of Worlds. We'll make sure that we stream. It'll be 2 streams per day. And then day 3, which is the final, will be 1 stream going throughout the entirety of it. Again, people watching the stream, Couple people waving at us. We're waving back. John, it's fun to be able to be here in the booth watching Armada this closely of our top table and watching everyone else kind of gathering around, both fans of the game of Armada and players that are going to already have their worlds qualifying that are sitting here watching potential opponents that they could face in day one. Again, we know that for sure the top 4 players of today for the last chance qualifier will make it into day 1 of Worlds.
Yep. It appears that the Reticent has been moved out of the way for this Raider to be able to make its maneuver, and it appears that it will successfully jump to the other side of that Reticent.
It clearly made its way around. Again, keeping tabs on everything going on here at AdeptiCon.
It appears that the rest of the CIS fleet is going to open up fire
Onto the ISD.
ISD.
No, that looks like it's...
It sounds like the...
We're going front into the side of the ISD, long range.
So that I believe that's a critical effect that's in there.
Evade has been accuracy. Again, we're at long
That
range.
could possibly score points if it doesn't go into.
Another crit.
Yep.
Structural damage. That has now
Structural
come up twice. That is my favorite. John, I'm wondering, are we going to see projector missile line come up today?
Maybe not today, but I find it highly unlikely that over the course of the next 4 days we won't see that card come up.
So worth noting, we have 9 damage right now on the ISD. Probably need 2 more. Well, we need 2 more to take it down. The real question is are we going to be in a position where we might be able to just ram it twice and take it out? Very curious to see exactly what Damon does here.
I wonder if slicer tools will be in range of the ISD now.
Might be.
It looks
It's
like it's
close.
going to be very close.
I'm sure we're going to pull out the measuring stick right here to see if we are within range 1 to 3. We're looking to fire. I think we've only got a front from the...
Yes, it does look like there's only a front shot from the Munificent.
Yep.
It's going to be very close. Again, we're talking about range increments. Looking on screen, it's hard to determine at this range if it's going to be long or medium range. Both of these fleets have positioned themselves very well.
It looks like we got the Gazanti that's going to get moved out of the way. Speed 3.
It is interesting how Sam here has moved the Gazanti out into the middle of the board, and then Speed 3 gotten it back into the deployment zone on his side again.
And here's from the hard cell. Hit crit. And we managed to pull out 1 accuracy.
I have to say, Damon's rolling
Brace has been accuracy.
has been fantastic.
Nope, evade. Accuracy on the evade. 2 hits and a crit. Take the objective token. Or so we've got another objective token, and ISD has been destroyed. So that is going to be a good number of points for Damon.
Yeah, there are a lot of squadrons left still in this game. The challenge is, though, being able to command them, and that's going to be difficult.
The real question here is going to be, how long can that Raider survive now?
It appears that we are going to be having some flak shots go out now.
There's a hit.
And LTT, 2
LTT, 2 blacks, 2 hits, 3 hits.
It appears that Saber Squadron has been destroyed.
Okay, extra dice flak obstructed, 1 hit.
I believe that appears to be a fire spray.
And now we're moving the Munificent. Good flak rolls.
He may just be fine ramming himself and keeping the Munificent right where it is, because that Raider kind of has to scoot by him on the side of the board. Yep, that appears to be what he has done.
Paying attention on to what else we've got going on here. A lot of it, again, just considering movement on squadrons, etc. Jumping around, trying to take out these vultures, and I think right now that's key. I think every point here is going to matter.
Yes, every point here very much so matters. With the destruction
One
of
hit.
the ISD, that puts Sam behind.
Yep.
But every time that he's able to kill a vulture, that is 8 points.
It is 8
in
points.
his direction. If he's able to take out the Requiescent, that will be a big.
It would be, considering that Requiescent is worth 114 points. Now his ISD is 173. So
Yes.
that's going to be a slight change there, but if you can minimize your loss, that's always a good thing. Again, more squadron play here, and we are still in round 3. Long round, but this is usually how Armada goes, especially when you have big attacks from multiple sources. You will get 1 or 2 rounds of setup, and then 1 big long round where everything's attacking. You'll probably get a little bit of attacking in round 4, then depends on where everyone lines up. That dictates the rest of the game.
Yeah.
The crits, I think, really hurt the ISD.
Yes, they did, especially getting one that canceled out shields, and then drawing the structural really,
Yeah, that
really hurt it.
that is never a good thing to see structural damage. In fact, a structural damage has been integral in destroying 2 ISDs today.
So you can see now, Sam is trying to position his squadron so they are outside of flak range to maintain points, but also moving them so that Patriot Fist may have to move through him so he can get some shots.
There's a hit into the side of the heart cell, I believe. Re-rolling.
And that fire spray is jumping away.
And where are we at now? We are now going into round 4.
Yes. This is going to be important for the players as they place out their dials where they're going to be ending up. All of Dooku's Ray tokens, I believe, have been used.
Yeah, I think so.
So that's one less thing Sam has to worry about. But I think the Ray tokens were used very successfully to pretty much neuter how the Star Destroyer was able to command squadrons.
I'd agree.
Now there's going to be a lot of measuring to see where things going right now. I believe what they're checking to see is if the rear arc of the Raider is in close range to the Reticent.
I think we're still making a few decisions, but about ready to start turn 4 proper. Definitely measuring out some arcs, figuring out what is where.
It appears Confire is on the Raider, so it will be interesting because the Reticent is very injured. Will this Raider be able to throw enough damage to take out the Reticent and then escape? Or will it be able to put enough damage in that the squadrons that are in front of it will be able to do damage into it?
It looks to be a crit and an accuracy against the Raider. So I believe that's evading, forcing the reroll, 2 accuracy.
Side shot.
Yeah, so we've got 3 there. Rerolling the blue or the black, so we get the doubles turning into a single, so 2.
Probably going to be braced and then moved somewhere else.
Well, now we're moving that Raider. I suspect he's going to put it as far away from everything as he can.
We're going to see this Raider move all the way down into Damien's deployment zone and just dance and try to run along the edge of the table. This is the same thing that happens in games like Us when near the end of the game you have your damage cards out on the table.
Yep.
Then we have to move them as I try to land on all of them. What's going to be important for this Raider's survival is to try to stay out of red range of Damien's ships that are in the middle of the table. So we will find out in a moment. I'm sure one of them is going to be measuring to see the distance here.
And here it comes out. We have a long range shot. I can easily see that being Patriot Fist.
I do as well. Or try to take out the Gazanti.
So it looks like we're repairing some shields. And they're going after the side of the Gazanti. So let's take a look at what we got here. The 4 hits, that's enough to take one out, but we need some accuracies.
Now, his ship does have sensor team, so we can discard a dice and replace it with an accuracy.
And I think that will take out. We're going to
cancel those out.
Yep.
And then Ion Storm's
the Ion Storm triggered. Still kills the Gazanti and gets a victory token. Yep. I'm maneuvering out to the outside of the table. Another crowd again sitting here watching top table for Star Wars Armada.
Yeah. So taking out that activation can prevent the squads from being possibly activated with that Gazanti, which may help the Reticent stay alive.
And that's going to be critical here because you want to get as many points as you can to get that big MOV and make that next big round.
we're probably going to see more flacking against squadrons, especially with all of the ships having linked turbo laser towers on most of them, except for the slicer tool there.
We got the one hit there. Going in for some movement here. He's clearly looking to pattern all his ships to go after Instigator.
And then the Munificent is going to finish off, and then we'll have squadrons.
See what he has in range. So here's the shot.
A double.
Double. That's hurt with LTTs 3.
And a confire.
4.
That is a scary roll for attacking squadrons.
And there goes. There goes the other fire spray.
Yeah. So both fire sprays now have been destroyed.
Looks like Munificent looking to go around. Make sure objective tokens are put down on the play. Don't think they're going to have too much effect on those further away CIS ships.
No, but just for
completeness sake,
game state, it's important that they are there.
These are bombing runs from the squadrons. Accuracy and a hit.
Appears
Merrick doing his
steal, setting it to a hit crit.
And then I believe this is the Jendon double tap. So and we've got another crit
through panic.
So it's capacitor failure. What happened here, players were overhearing the discarded deck damage card wound up being put on the top as opposed to off to the side. So the wrong card was pulled. So they pulled the correct card for capacitor failure on Patriot Fist.
Which very much so hurts Patriot Fist because that eliminates most of the other shields.
So clearly Sam is placing squadrons in a way where he can have an opportunity to go after that Raider next turn. And I believe we are now starting to consider dials for the next turn.
I believe so.
No, we're still mid-turn here. Yep, we're going into round 5.
And here we go with the Instigator, and it's going to be just flying right around that edge, trying to stay out of range of those CIS ships.
And right there on the edge, looks like we've got about half a token's width.
One of the things that's nice about the Raider is it's just so maneuverable that even with his ship still pointing toward the edge, he will be able to kick it back onto the table, because the only thing that matters is the final resting point of your ship.
And now we are maneuvering ships in round 5 here. Damon's going to be able to pretty much activate everything.
Yes. And he'll continue flacking squads with LTT as his ships fly around.
So there's LTT, 3 hits.
Wow, that is an incredible
way
shot.
More damage than I would have expected. Now we are landing on an asteroid.
But for the most part at this point, his ship is still fine.
Damaged munitions. So damaged munitions for the folks at home is while attacking a ship before you roll your attack pool, remove 1 die of your choice. So again, I think at this point, I don't know that Damon is too concerned about losing attack dice. I think he's more interested at this point in just keeping things on the board and getting to the end of round 6.
I would agree with that.
And I think he really wants to focus on taking out as many squadrons as he can. So we're definitely taking some flak here. We've got 1 hit LTT. There's another 2. So that's 3. Probably going to brace that with Merrick.
And he's double arced.
So that last one was just an accuracy.
Now we will see if Patriot Fist is
staying on the board, just barely.
It is very, very close.
It's close. And corner just off the board. I don't know if we have a good view of that. I think that's unfortunately the one camera angle we're not going to have. But Patriot Fist went down.
Wow.
That much. And it literally, based on what Ryan was saying, 2 millimeters over.
What a turn of events.
Well, if the squadrons weren't going to do it, now that Raider, I think, is going to be fine.
Yeah. All of Damien's ships are on the other side, and Sam gets to activate first. And so turn 6, he's speed 4.
Again, flacking squadrons.
Away, so this next squadron activation, Sam will probably be retreating his squadrons to safety to avoid flak. So, start of turn 6 after squadrons move, and basically at this point we just have to go through the motions, I believe.
I think so. So we are moving into round 6, I believe, because we're about to end our squadron movement here. And again, just for people at home knowing, as soon as this game's over, we'll stay on live until we get the final score, and then we will end the stream, bringing ourselves back at lunchtime. We will let you know, I believe the next round is going to start at 2:45, so we will be online streaming a little bit before that, probably somewhere between 2:30 and 2:45. A lot will depend on when all the Armada players are here and the judges start creating fleets. Again, flying, trying to stay on the tables. We will also see, depending on where we're at, we'll stay online for a little bit, give you as many tournament scores. We could also, depending on how many players are continuing to play, give you an update at the beginning of round 3.
And there we go. Handshake in game is complete, so players are looking for pens to calculate out their scores.
So here we go. We are going to figure out what the specific scores are. But this is 2 games now in the books out of 15 here on Ion Radio at Worlds. Again, this is the last chance qualifier, and we are getting the opportunity for our players to sit down and make sure that we know what the scores are and everything else. So while we're waiting for that, you've got me and John back again. I think another strategic, fun game, John, that we got to watch versus the first round. We were looking at where it was a lot of dice rolled the entire game, SSD in position right away. This game, the maneuvering, the positioning, we got to see some of the core part of Armada.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That game was very intense. Both players knew how to maneuver and position themselves on the table, and they did that very well. You can tell both of them have played these fleets a lot, and I think Damien had very good positioning and knew where he was going to be multiple turns in advance.
I'd agree with that, and I love the squadron positioning that he did with the Vultures. So Damon, like you were mentioning in, I think it was round 1 or 2, where he had all of the squadrons sitting out in the right positions so that no matter where Sam attacked, you had to go through the Vultures. And then getting effectively 2 more with reserve hangar deck definitely helped him out.
Yeah.
Now, I am legitimately curious who's going to win this one. I have my suspicions, but I think the score is going to be a lot closer than we think because we've got the victory tokens involved and everything else. And here is the score being passed to us right now. Holy cow, that is 197 points for our Count Dooku place. That is based on predominantly objective tokens.
So that will be 400 some points because...
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're calculating out the score here. So
give us 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second. We're looking at this.
Ryan's coming in to rewrite it for us.
CIS got 343 and killed 146. Difference is 197, which is an 8.
Okay.
Okay.
He just had to
That's what
explain
it
how he wrote it on the paper. So
all right. Go ahead, John.
CIS had a total of 343 points. The objective tokens very much so came into play here.
And that is Damon's fleet.
Yes.
So, and then now to Sam's fleet, the Imperial fleet.
Had 146 with a difference of 197, so that was an 8-3 toward Damien here. So I'm actually going to excuse myself from the stream for a second to thank both of our players. And
I think this was fun, so I'm going to let John go ahead and do that. Neither Ryan or Garrett's going to jump in for a minute to kind of go over maybe a little bit more of the game. Ryan, why don't you come on in? Because you got to pretty much, again, you did Garrett's job for the second half here.
Yeah, I think that's the most important job, frankly, is what I did and to run during this whole thing. But that was a great game. Really critical, powerful rounds of round 2 and 3. Lot died, you know.
I love I was talking about positioning that we had with the Vultures. Now let's go take a look at the opposite side where we have the fire sprays. You had Merrick come involved with Jendon. The squadron play was very dynamic, was essential to the building up in the middle part of this game. And then we got into how the ships got destroyed. That ISD went down, structural damage once again, takes out an ISD. And I was watching that Raider skirt the edge, and I'm thinking, is that going to be able to stay on the board? And it had a healthy margin. And Patriot Fist, that much.
Yep. That was, I think he had a nav dial, so he could have slowed down, and I think he was kicking himself for not slowing down. But 8-3, he's got 18 tournament points. That's averaging 9 points. That's a fantastic outcome after 2 rounds. You would, before the tournament, if you could have 9s, you would definitely take that. So.
Yeah, most definitely. And even taking an 8 is not bad. So you get a 10-8. We're 18 points. We were at 13 points for Damon. But that's still respectable. You can potentially climb back from that, I think. And again, depending on where the scores wind up in round 3 and round 4. And I think what's important for everyone at home to understand is we do have 2 more matches for all players to play. And we're going to be bringing 2 more for you here on the channel later this afternoon. And I'm kind of really excited to see what the next group of ships are going to be that we get to see on the table.
Absolutely. Now we're going to be moving into the phase where people start to feel they have a chance.
Yes.
Round 3, they're going to be at some of the top tables. They're going to have a lot of anticipation, a lot of nerves. They're thinking, I have a shot at the top 4 now.
Yeah, and definitely. And as we start to close that gap, because right now, if you have, let's say, between 17 and 20 points, you're thinking you might be okay. But we have to see where everyone else falls on the tournament list. And if you have enough people in the 12 to 18 range, round 3 is going to start determining who the people that potentially are going to run away are going to be. And let's also remember that the top 16 players from LCQ do have an opportunity to get into Worlds depending on who shows up. So if enough people from Worlds don't come by, that number could increase. So it may be more than the 4.
Yep. My understanding from the community is that there are a couple people at least who are not here, who had signed up originally. So there might be some spots.
So while Ryan makes sure he's doing okay, we're gonna bring John back. You okay there, Ryan?
Yeah.
So John, welcome back. How do our players feel after this very tense game?
It was very tense. So they're just cleaning up all their ships, and then we're going to be going on to our lunch break at this time. So I'm curious to see how other players have done in this round, because that will determine who we'll have on stream. We're trying not to get the same players back on stream back to back, so we can offer the most variety to everyone that is out there. So it just really all depends on score.
And we will be bringing those to you guys as soon as we get some of them. I'm thinking we're probably going to, we might show top table, depends on who's going to be in the top scores. We don't know that information yet.
Damien's going to be right up there near the top, so.
He will be. So it's going to be fascinating to find out who that is. So I think what we're going to do now is, since we know the score, we've gotten through our 2 matches, I think we're going to sign off for a little bit. We are going to return. It's right now 1:45, so in about an hour, maybe a little bit less, so somewhere between 45 minutes and
2:30 probably.
2:30, 2:45, we will be back with our second stream of the day.
Yes.
So do you have any last thoughts before we break for lunch, John?
Thank you very much for tuning in so far. We hope you join us for rounds 3 and 4 for the rest of the day, and then continuing on for the rest of the tournament.
Okay, so sitting here on the convention floor from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg, this is Ken speaking on behalf of the rest of our stream team, John, Garrett, Ryan, and Adrian. Thanks so much for watching the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship here at AdeptiCon.